Chapter 1818. The Omnipotent God stammered. The heavenly Tao is divided into thousands of clones, hiding in all the temples in the world to collect the power of faith and strengthen itself. All the temples in the world? Tang Zheng was shocked and asked, "Then how many temples are there?" "I can't say for sure, but there are many." Tang Zheng was deep in thought. Then the temple he saw before was definitely one of them. That statue was also one of the heavenly Tao's incarnations. He really didn't see it from afar. However, this wasn't the answer Tang Zheng wanted. He wanted to go straight to the root of the problem. He didn't have that much energy to sweep through so many temples one by one. "I don't care about the incarnations of the heavenly Tao. I'm asking you where the heavenly Tao's true body is." Tang Zheng asked with killing intent. The heavenly fire rumbled and burned even more fiercely. The omnipotent God kept screaming, "Stop, stop, stop, let me think." Tang Zheng stared straight at the omnipotent God and asked, "I suddenly thought of a problem. You are the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. We are irreconcilable. You should rather die than submit. Why are you telling me so much?" The omnipotent God said with grievance, "There are so many incarnations of the heavenly Tao, it doesn't matter if I have one or not. If I die, it will be my loss, and it will benefit the other incarnations. How can I do this kind of unprofitable business?" The more Tang Zheng listened, the more confused he became. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. "Aren't you supposed to carry out the will of the heavenly Tao? Why do you have your own thoughts?" The omnipotent God let out two strange laughs and said, "The heavenly axiom has thousands of incarnations, and each incarnation has its own destiny. After collecting the power of faith, it also has thousands of transformations and has its own will. This is a will that is independent of the heavenly axiom." Tang Zheng said thoughtfully, "In other words, in the end, you will carry out the will of the heavenly Tao, but you also have the ability to think independently, to judge the situation and protect yourself." "Smart," the omnipotent God praised. "No wonder the heavenly Tao sees you as the biggest threat for thousands of years. It's not without reason. You created these messy gods. It seems like you are the one with the most clever mind." The omnipotent God said proudly, "This is my original creation. Unlike the other incarnations that are inflexible and inflexible. What do you think of my Tao field? Although it's neither fish nor fowl, it has many followers, far more than the temples I've been to before." "That's right." You see it that way too. That means I'm the most successful. If you hadn't come, I would have definitely become the most powerful incarnation of the heavenly Tao. You're not modest at all." The omnipotent God laughed dryly and did not comment. What is the heavenly Tao's cultivation level? How can he create thousands of incarnations? Tang Zheng asked. He only had one Yuanian clone, and this was already a huge mess. He really didn't know how the heavenly axiom dealt with all this. The heavenly Tao has no cultivation. It is an untraceable thing without a physical body. Therefore, it can create thousands of incarnations with just a thought. Take you, for example. Once you break free from the shackles of your physical body, your godly soul can transform into countless parts, omnipotent God explained. The heavenly Tao doesn't have a physical body. Tang Zheng was shocked. This was completely different from what he had expected. He couldn't figure it out. How can a person not have a physical body? The heavenly Tao isn't a person. To be precise, it's just a godly soul, a will, a type of energy that exists between heaven and earth, omnipotent God said. This made Tang Zheng more and more confused. His heart was in turmoil. Then how did it come into being? Tang Zheng had an idea and asked the key question. It was born at the beginning of the world. It was a remnant of energy. At that time, it didn't have spiritual intelligence. It wandered the mountains and rivers and saw the changes in the world. Over time, it gained spiritual intelligence. It saw that the people worshipped the gods and wanted to imitate them. However, it was too weak and couldn't fight against these gods. In the end, it could only hide in a corner and continue to gather energy in secret. What? You said gods? There are really gods in this world. Tang Zheng was shocked and interrupted the omnipotent God. Tang Zheng used to be skeptical of gods. He used to think that gods really existed. However, after he reached the Saint Plain, he realized that gods might really be a legend. This was because with his cultivation, he had already reached the level that some gods could do. However, he did not find any other gods, so he gradually denied the existence of gods. He thought that it was just some people pretending to be mysterious, a trick to deceive the ignorant. Of course there are gods. They are from another race, not the human race. Another race. Yes, the gods. The creation of heaven and earth was the work of the gods. The more the omnipotent God spoke, the more mysterious it became. Tang Zheng was shocked. He was so excited that he almost doubted his ears. Omnipotent God, are you sure you're not talking nonsense to distract me? Tang Zheng asked in a low voice. The heavenly fire grew stronger. The omnipotent God didn't have the strength to struggle. He could only scream in vain. You want to hear the truth? I've already told you, but you don't believe me. What do you want me to do? Tang Zheng took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. He urged, continue. What kind of race is the gods? The heavenly fire grew smaller. The omnipotent God took a deep breath and continued, I don't know where the gods came from. I only know that they are very powerful. They rely on the power of faith of their followers to strengthen themselves. The more followers they have, the stronger they become. The heavenly axiom discovered this point and followed it to figure out the power of faith. After a pause, the omnipotent God looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression. You actually thought of the power of faith on your own. I don't know if you're a genius or a monster. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. It was just a sudden thought. Then where did the gods go? The gods ruled this world for many years. I don't know what happened after that. They left. Then, the heavenly Tao had a chance. He imparted the Tao to the Fu clan. However, the Fu clan couldn't fully understand the heavenly Tao's intention. In the end, they didn't take in a large number of followers to collect the power of faith. Tang Zheng was shocked. If the Emperor of Heaven heard these secrets and understood the inside story of the Fu clan, who knew what he would think? After the heavenly Tao imparted the Tao, its power decreased sharply. For thousands of years, it couldn't impart the Tao again. It could only silently accumulate energy and prepare for a comeback. In recent years, the heavenly Tao finally accumulated enough energy and imparted the Tao to Yan Qingyi. Unfortunately, Yan Qingyi couldn't be used. She was too ambitious and failed at the last step. Then what about Hao Tianwang? That was just an attempt. I hope Hao Tianwang can stop you. After all, you're too strong. Tang Zheng secretly nodded his head, deep in thought, and asked, once the heavenly Tao gathers enough faith power, will there be any changes to him? Chapter 1819. A True God Race. Tang Zheng quivered, finally understanding the intentions of the heavenly Tao. It turned out that he wanted to be a God race. The strength of the God race could be seen from the omnipotent God's words. The heavenly Tao's ambition is not small. Tang Zheng laughed in ridicule. The omnipotent God asked back, don't you wanna? The God race is so glorious. It really makes people yearn for it. You want to be a God race too? Of course. Who doesn't? Tang Zheng shook his head. I don't want to. Actually, I'm quite a good person. People have too many ties and fetters. They're not strong enough. Does the God race not have these? Definitely. Even if you speak of the God race so well, then why is the God race gone today? The heavenly Tao guessed that something must have happened for the God race to leave, and they left in a hurry. When the heavenly Tao becomes a God race, maybe we can solve this mystery. Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "The God race is too far away. We should return to the heavenly Tao. He doesn't have a physical body, so how do you contact him? How do you pass the power of faith to him?" The omnipotent God's expression changed slightly, looking at Tang Zheng in shock. "You can even think of this. It's not hard to deduce. The believers in this training field believe in you and not the heavenly Tao, so the power of faith naturally gathers on you. If the heavenly Tao doesn't come to take it, it can't just let you take it for free, right?" These words hit the nail on the head, causing the omnipotent God to be absent-minded for a long time. Then he gave Tang Zheng a thumbs up and praised. "Having an enemy like you is the heavenly Tao's biggest regret." "Don't change the topic. Answer me." Tang Zheng aggressively asked. The omnipotent God stammered. "He will come to find me regularly to take the power of faith." "Then when will he come again?" 3 days later." Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and said, "This training field is destroyed. Will he find out? If he finds out, will he not appear?" "Of course, he will find out about this mess." The omnipotent God sighed. "Once he finds out that the dojo has been destroyed, he will definitely not show himself. Your plan has failed." "Who said that?" Tang Zheng smiled meaningfully. "Isn't it just a matter of deceiving everyone? You are the spies of the heavenly Tao. As long as you keep your mouth shut, I can deceive everyone in the world and thus deceive the heavenly Tao. What are you going to do?" Omnipotent God asked curiously. Tang Zheng smiled and waved at the foot of the mountain. Omnipotent God looked around curiously. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he exclaimed, "Illusion! An illusion that can pass off as real." Tang Zheng said confidently, "No one in this world can see through it. Not even the heavenly Tao. If he appears, it doesn't matter if he sees through me, because I will also discover him." "Then why didn't you notice it before?" "You weren't here before." Omnipotent God understood. He was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. In the dark, he had a mysterious connection with the heavenly Tao. This connection could not be detected by ordinary people, but it could not escape Tang Zheng's detection. Once the heavenly Tao appeared, Tang Zheng would be able to detect the connection between the two sides. Following the vine to the melon, it would not be difficult to find the heavenly Tao. Omnipotent God was speechless. He could only watch as Tang Zheng used his illusion to restore the dojo to its original state. Not even a single detail was changed. "If you find the heavenly Tao, what do you plan to do?" Omnipotent God asked curiously. "What do you think?" Tang Zheng asked with a smile that did not look like a smile. Omnipotent God pondered for a moment and said, "You definitely won't let him go, but can you kill him?" "Even if I can't kill him, I still want to meet him." "Aren't you afraid that he will kill you?" "Ha ha ha." Tang Zheng laughed. If he could really do that, why would he wait until now and not make a move? Omnipotent God smiled bitterly. "You are indeed too powerful. In just a few short years, you have achieved what you have today. Throughout history, I'm afraid this is unprecedented." "You flatter me." Tang Zheng replied with a smile. The next day, the staff and believers of the dojo went up the mountain and did not find anything strange. It was worth mentioning that this dojo was very special. The staff were all believers and were very devout. They were in charge of maintaining order. They worked during the day and got off work at night. This was also why the huge commotion last night did not alarm anyone. After all, this place was very remote and too miraculous. Everyone was in awe of this place. In the past, more or less supernatural things had happened. Everyone was in awe of this place, and no one came to visit at night. Early in the morning, everyone saw that the dojo was safe and sound. The last bit of doubt disappeared like smoke in thin air. Tang Zheng wandered around the dojo and observed the believers. He gained a lot and had a new understanding of the power of faith. When the incense sticks burned, green smoke rose in spirals. Tang Zheng gradually saw something unusual. The green smoke circled around the statue for a while and seemed to disappear. In reality, it turned into a kind of energy, the power of faith. Tang Zheng could tell at a glance that this energy was very strange. He tried to absorb it, but found that it circled around him and did not merge with him at all. It was completely different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the power of the stars. This is the power of faith. It will only be used by me. The power of faith is a very personal energy. No one can take it away. Omnipotent God's voice sounded in his ears. Tang Zheng raised his head and looked at the temple of the omnipotent God. He saw the power of faith flying towards the temple of the omnipotent God and circling around it before falling down and disappearing. It must have been absorbed by the omnipotent God. Tang Zheng seemed to have understood something and said, "No wonder the divine race wants to absorb the power of faith. This is indeed a kind of energy that people yearn for." "Now, you know how good the divine race is?" Omnipotent God asked. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "What's the use of being good? What does it have to do with me? No one believes in me, so naturally there is no power of faith." This thought was like a key that caused Tang Zheng's head to tremble. He actually had a wonderful idea. Even the omnipotent God, this so-called God that fooled people, could have so many believers. So why can't I? I am the savior of the world. If the millions of people don't believe in me, who will they believe in? He stood there in a daze and looked at the green smoke curling up in spirals. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. "What are you thinking about?" Omnipotent God asked. "Do you think I can have believers?" Omnipotent God shuddered, as if he had been stepped on. He exclaimed, "Why would you have such a thought?" His voice was already trembling slightly, as if the fluctuations in his heart were very strong. Tang Zheng thought about it and asked, "What's wrong with you? Can I do it? I think I can give it a try." No, Omnipotent God denied. "You, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, can do it, so why can't I? Do you think it is easy for me to win over so many believers?" "All right," Tang Zheng was reminded and asked the question that had been suppressed in his heart. "How can you guarantee that the prayers of your believers will come true?" Chapter 1820. The Omnipotent Divine. General explained the methods of the Tao field very thoroughly, and Tang Zheng had to admit that in this aspect the other party was much stronger than him. "You're saying that as long as you use your power to satisfy the prayers of a few people, 10 will spread to 100, 100 will spread to 1,000, and then you'll be able to continuously attract believers." "Yes, it's very simple." "It is indeed simple. Did the heavenly axiom learn this from the divine race?" "This," the omnipotent God stammered. Tang Zheng smiled knowingly. "Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. All of this was learned from the divine race." "Hey, omnipotent God, do you think it's reliable for me to collect the power of faith?" Tang Zheng asked again. The omnipotent God stammered, not knowing how to answer. Tang Zheng laughed. "You're not answering because you're afraid that I'll do the same, right? It's not that easy." The omnipotent God stammered. "What if I succeed?" The omnipotent God did not speak again. The sky darkened, and the Taoist temple regained its tranquility. Tang Zheng stood in the omnipotent temple, looking up at the starry sky, letting the starlight fall on his body. The celestial chests had already expanded from Dianan to other places. In time, The celestial chess would be set up all over the world, and the world's self-defense would be stronger. Even if they encountered a strong enemy, they could rely on the celestial chess to defend themselves without relying on Tang Zheng. After all, Tang Zheng could not always protect the world. What if he was not in this world? He had to give others the power to protect themselves. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from afar, pulling Tang Zheng's thoughts back. His eyes lit up as he stared in one direction. He's here. The omnipotent god was shocked. He did not expect Tang Zheng's senses to be so sharp. The heavenly axiom had just appeared, and before he even got close, he had already discovered it. The omnipotent god had no way of informing him. Tang Zheng flew up and landed in the void. He stared at the empty sky and said, "Heavenly axiom, you're finally here." The night wind blew, but no one answered him. It was as if he was the only one in this world. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably think that he was an idiot actually talking to himself in the air. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, was firmly locked in front of him, not giving him any chance to escape. "Heavenly Tao, there's no need to hide anymore," Tang Zheng said indifferently. He walked forward step by step, stepping on the void, as if he was walking on flat ground. Boom! A burst of energy, like lava erupting from a volcano, swept towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng casually waved his hand, and a strong wind blew, shattering this energy into pieces. Their first clash was a draw. "Tang Zheng, you're still haunting me. I can't believe you actually found your way to my training ground." A deep voice rang out, full of majesty. If ordinary people heard it, they would probably prostrate on the ground. However, this had no effect on Tang Zheng. He said calmly, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Heavenly Tao, you thought you were flawless, but you still couldn't escape my eyes." "How did you find out?" Heavenly Tao asked, puzzled. He thought of the power of faith on his own, said Wan Shining, flying up into the air. He thought of the power of faith himself. How did he think of the power of faith? "Did you tell him?" Heavenly Tao didn't believe him and asked, No. Pantheon waved his hand, afraid that Heavenly Tao would misunderstand. However, Heavenly Tao still didn't believe him. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "You've really misunderstood, Pantheon. It was indeed me who thought of it. Then I found his special training ground and followed the vine to find the melon. Finally, I found you." Heavenly Tao suddenly realized and said hatefully, "Pantheon, I warned you long ago that your training ground was too strange. Sooner or later, it would attract the attention of others. You didn't believe me. Now you know." Pantheon said faintly, "But I collected so much power of faith for you. If I didn't do it this way, how could it have such a good effect?" Heavenly Tao was speechless. It was indeed as Pantheon said. Heavenly Tao didn't order Pantheon to stop everything for the sake of the power of faith, which led to the current disaster. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Heavenly Tao, you're just burning the bridge after crossing the river and throwing all the blame to him. Actually, I have to admit that he used a lot of ingenuity to create this training ground. It really opened my eyes." Pantheon secretly gave Tang Zheng a thumbs up. Heavenly Tao snorted and said, "Pantheon is my incarnation. I'm disciplining him. You don't have the right to butt in. Seeing injustice on the road, I speak up for justice. This is my usual style. Tang Zheng, since you found your way here, you're courting death. Anyway, we'll have to settle this sooner or later, so I'll get rid of you sooner rather than later. You brought this upon yourself." Heavenly Tao said aggressively. Tang Zheng shrugged and said, "Heavenly Tao, don't make it sound so scary. We know each other very well. Can you really kill me?" "Why can't I kill you?" Don't think that just because you ruin my plan, I can't kill you. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already collected enough power of faith. Killing you is a simple matter. Heavenly Tao said proudly. He did not put Tang Zheng in his eyes at all. Tang Zheng took a stance and said jokingly, "Then let's see who's the real deal. Pantheon, give me the power of faith." Heavenly Tao roared at Pantheon. Pantheon hesitated for a moment and muttered, "It wasn't easy for me to collect so much power of faith. I don't even have a share for myself." Hua! A burst of energy rushed out from Pantheon's head. It was like smoke rising in spirals as it floated towards Heavenly Tao. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted and said, "Power of faith." His figure flashed as he unsheathed the hidden profound sword and blocked the power of faith. He roared, "Heavenly Tao, if you want the power of faith, you'll have to go through me first." The power of faith returned to Pantheon's body. Pantheon hurriedly waved his hand and pointed at Tang Zheng, saying, "This has nothing to do with me. It's his fault." Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily and said, "Pantheon, I'm helping you, but you're throwing the blame to me." Heavenly Tao was furious. "Pantheon, you're my incarnation. You actually dared to eat and betray others and collude with outsiders. Do you not want to live anymore?" Pantheon defended himself. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't collude with him at all. I'm your incarnation. You have to believe me." "Believe you? Then why did you secretly hide the power of faith before?" "Ah, how did you know?" Pantheon turned pale with fright and cried out. Although Pantheon was the incarnation of Heavenly Tao after collecting enough power of faith, he also had his own thoughts. Every time, he would secretly hide a bit of power of faith. Although Heavenly Tao knew, he never pointed it out. That was because Heavenly Tao believed that Pantheon was his incarnation. No matter what, he would not be able to escape from his grasp. Chapter 1821. Omnipotent God had hidden the power of faith and was now with Tang Zheng leading him here. Tian Dao could not help but doubt omnipotent God's loyalty. Omnipotent God felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not wait to defend himself. "Don't misunderstand. Although I have hidden the power of faith, I have no ulterior motives." Tian Dao sneered and did not comment. Omnipotent God stared straight at Tang Zheng and said angrily, "Tang Zheng, you are framing me." Tang Zheng said with a smile that was not a smile, "Omnipotent God, I am helping you. Tian Dao wants to take away your power of faith. Don't you want to keep it?" Omnipotent God stammered. "Tang Zheng, don't try to sow discord. We will not fall for it." Tang Zheng stood between Tian Dao and Omnipotent God and said, "Now that things have come to this, if we work together to kill Tian Dao, won't the power of faith be yours? Why are you afraid? Don't be impatient. Watch how I deal with Tian Dao." Tang Zheng did not say anything more to Omnipotent God. He attacked Tian Dao with an imposing manner. Omnipotent God could not say anything. He could not defend himself. He glared at Tang Zheng's back as if he could spit fire. Tang Zheng purposely provoked Omnipotent God and Tian Dao to create animosity between them, thus preventing Tian Dao from obtaining the power of faith as he wished. As expected, Tian Dao was naturally suspicious. In addition to Omnipotent God's previous record, both sides really developed animosity, allowing Tang Zheng to succeed. Tang Zheng approached Tian Dao step by step. The hidden profound sword flashed with a terrifying light. Tian Dao roared unwillingly, "Tang Zheng, you are courting death. I will grant you your wish." The sky was torn apart. Countless chi energy flew out. A huge tearing force enveloped Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's expression was stern. His sword trembled. A few sword flowers flew out, blocking the terrifying force from all directions. Then he aimed at Tian Dao. Although he could not see, his chi was firmly locked onto Tian Dao. "Tian Dao, Let's see where you can run to. So, the hidden mystic sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, hitting a piece of the void. The hidden profound sword stopped, and a huge force was blocking its attack, causing it to be unable to move forward another inch. Tang Zheng and the mysterious hidden sword felt the same way, and only felt a terrifying power enveloping him. He tried to struggle, but it was as if he had fallen into the vast and mighty sea. There was power in all directions, and there was no way for him to break free. Tang Zheng, you can't break free. This is the power of faith. It's different from any other power in the past. It's not something you can resist. Heavenly Tao said proudly, "The power of faith." Tang Zheng frowned. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He reached out with his hand and activated the sky swallowing technique. A black hole appeared in front of him and aimed at the heavenly Tao. So what if you have the power of faith? Do you think you can escape from my sky swallowing technique? The sky devouring technique could devour everything, including the power of faith. Whoosh! A strong wind blew in the sky. The power of faith and the air were sucked into the black hole. The sky seemed to be collapsing, and a huge black hole appeared. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. As the tide rose, the boat rose, and the swallowing heaven technique followed the increase in his cultivation and had long since experienced a rapid change. The sky-devouring technique could probably devour the sky. Sure enough, half of the sky collapsed and was completely sucked into the black hole. As for the power of faith, it was no exception. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter came from Tang Zheng's body. It was Yuan Ying's doppelganger. He had been hiding in Tang Zheng's Zifu, and Tang Zheng could not control him. Now that the power of faith was sucked into the sky, Yuan Ying's doppelganger seemed to come alive. He stretched his body and appeared in front of Tang Zheng in the blink of an eye. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. He exclaimed, "Why did you come out?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger laughed. "Why can't I come out? You can't trap me." Tang Zheng was speechless. The omnipotent god looked at Yuan Ying's doppelganger in a daze, then looked at Tang Zheng. He exclaimed, "Why is there another one?" "That's his Yuan Ying's doppelganger." Tian Dao was not surprised and explained, "Yuan Ying's doppelganger?" The omnipotent god was shocked. Yuan Ying can actually leave his body and become a real doppelganger. Tang Zheng had seen Tian Dao's countless doppelganger, so he was not surprised by Yuan Ying's doppelganger. He said, "Tian Dao can have thousands of doppelganger, so why can't I have Yuan Ying's doppelganger?" "You're right." Yuan Ying's doppelganger gave Tang Zheng a thumbs up and praised him. Tian Dao snorted. "This is not the same thing. Yuan Ying's doppelganger has the same strength as you, but my doppelganger only has a portion of the divine ability. There's no way you can compare to me." Tang Zheng was enlightened. "Yuan Ying's doppelganger, you're actually a part of Tang Zheng. What's the use of you hiding in his body all day? You should take the initiative." Tian Dao suddenly instigated. As soon as he said this, Tang Zheng sensed Tian Dao's intentions. It was simply too vicious. Yuan Ying was not on good terms with him, and they had many different opinions. Tian Dao was trying to drive a wedge between them. This was to make them fight among themselves, and the consequences would be worse than him trying to drive a wedge between Tian Dao and the omnipotent god. After all, the omnipotent god could not truly contend against Tian Dao, but Yuan Ying's doppelganger was different. Yuan Ying's doppelganger also saw through Tian Dao's intentions. He smiled faintly and shrugged. "If I wanted to take over this body, I wouldn't have waited until now. I also don't need you to instigate me." Tang Zheng sighed in relief. At least Yuan Ying's doppelganger did not fall for it. What kind of person is Tang Zheng? How could he let you have your way so easily? That's not up to him. Right now, I'm more interested in other things. Yuan Ying's doppelganger said proudly. "What things?" Tian Dao asked. Tang Zheng also pricked up his ears. He could not figure out what Yuan Ying's doppelganger was thinking at all. Yuan Ying's doppelganger looked at the black hole and said, Tang Zheng and Tian Dao were both shocked. They did not understand what Yuan Ying's doppelganger meant. Yuan Ying's doppelganger said meaningfully, Tian Dao, you're full of confidence and think that the power of faith is exclusive to you. No one else can take it for themselves. But I want to tell you that there are no absolutes in this world. What do you mean? Tian Dao was stunned for a moment. He said mockingly, you want to take my power of faith? Tang Zheng was also shocked. He did not know what Yuan Ying's doppelganger was planning. Yuan Ying's doppelganger said, lazily, what's wrong with that? I just want your power of faith. Ha ha ha. Tian Dao laughed maniacally. Nonsense. Omnipotent God shook his head. He also thought that Yuan Ying's doppelganger was whimsical. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He looked pensive as he stared at Yuan Ying's doppelganger. It was as if he wanted to see through his heart. Yuan Ying's doppelganger winked at Tang Zheng and said, if they don't believe it, then I'll make them believe it. With that, he charged straight for the black hole. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. He shouted, no. He had already understood Yuan Ying's doppelganger's intentions. Chapter 1822. Yuan Ying's clone gave Tang Zheng a strange smile and flew straight toward the black hole. Tang Zheng wanted to remove the sky-swallowing technique, but it was too late. With a flash, Yuan Ying's clone disappeared into the black hole and appeared in the heaven realm. The omnipotent God looked at this scene in a daze, not understanding what was going on. The heavenly Tao exclaimed, what is he doing? Whoosh! The suction force of the black hole suddenly increased, and the heavenly Tao's power of faith poured into the black hole like a flood and disappeared. This abnormality made the heavenly Tao feel alarmed. Tang Zheng sighed. How could he not understand the clone's intention? He and Yuan Ying's clone could not directly absorb the power of faith. When the power of faith was sucked into the black hole and integrated into the heaven realm, the situation changed slightly. Everything in the heavenly Tao could be used by Tang Zheng and Yuan Ying's clone. Even the power of faith was no exception. Yuan Ying's clone could not wait to enter the heaven realm so that he could take the power of faith for himself. This had been confirmed. In the heaven realm, Yuan Ying's clone stood on the top of the tree of life. He opened his arms and roared at the power of faith circling in the air, opening his mouth. Whoosh! The power of faith flowed down like a waterfall and fell into his mouth. Tang Zheng could not stop all of this. He could control everything in the heaven realm. Similarly, Yuan Ying's clone could do the same. Moreover, Yuan Ying's clone was in the heaven realm. He was close to the water, so his control of the heaven realm was slightly better than his. Therefore, no one could stop him from absorbing the power of faith. Ha ha ha! The power of faith is indeed extraordinary. Yuan Ying's clone soared into the sky and soared above the 9 heavens. He was like wind and lightning, majestic and majestic. There was a subtle change in his aura. Tang Zheng stared at him with a burning gaze and then observed himself. However, there was no change at all. His eyes dimmed and gradually understood. Yuan Ying's clone had done so much. His purpose was obvious. In the past, there was no difference between him and Tang Zheng. Their cultivation levels and strength were the same, and even their mystiques were the same. But from this moment onwards, there was a difference between them. Yuan Ying's doppelganger had the power of faith, but Tang Zheng did not. This was the dividing line between the two of them. In the long run, the difference between the two of them would only grow bigger and bigger. This was the true intention of Yuan Ying's doppelganger. He was unwilling to submit to others. A strong sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Tang Zheng had to admit that he had greatly underestimated Yuan Ying's doppelganger. The clone had its own consciousness and naturally rebelled against the real body. He glanced at the omnipotent God. This was similar to the omnipotent God and the heavenly axiom. The omnipotent God was the incarnation of the heavenly axiom, but once he had his own independent consciousness, he would not be left out. Tang Zheng and the heavenly Tao could not escape this. Yuan Ying's doppelganger sensed Tang Zheng's thoughts and advised, "Don't be afraid. I've become stronger. This is a good thing. After all, we're all one. I won't harm you." Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He could not believe these words. Yuan Ying's doppelganger had put in a lot of effort and schemes. Perhaps he would not do anything to Tang Zheng now, but in the future, if Tang Zheng blocked his path, would Yuan Ying's doppelganger make a move? Tang Zheng was not completely confident. "Tang Zheng, you still haven't answered me. What exactly is he doing?" The heavenly Tao asked angrily. Tang Zheng glanced at the heavenly Tao indifferently and said, "You've calculated everything, but you've miscalculated one thing." "What?" "Nothing is absolute. Your power of faith is not that safe." He can take your power of faith for his own use." Tang Zheng's voice was not loud, but to the heavenly Tao and the omnipotent God, it was like a bolt from the blue. They cried out in unison, "Impossible!" The omnipotent God's expression suddenly changed. The heavenly Tao did not have a physical body and could not see his face, but one could imagine the raging waves in his heart. The heavenly Tao's voice became low as he asked, "How did he do it?" Tang Zheng pointed at the black hole and said, "After your power of faith enters the black hole, everything has nothing to do with you. In the dark, subtle changes have occurred, and he can take the power of faith for himself." So that's how it is. The heavenly Tao seemed to be gnashing his teeth. Back then, the God race was unable to take the power of faith for themselves, but you did it. This is too inconceivable. The omnipotent God sighed in amazement and seemed to be very afraid. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank as he asked, "Is that so? It seems that the God race is not omnipotent. What I can do, they can't do." Tang Zheng did not revere and worship the God race as much as the heavenly Tao. From the looks of it, the God race was not omnipotent. At most, they were more powerful. The heavenly Tao was silent for a long time before hitting the nail on the head and saying, "Tang Zheng, raising a tiger is inviting calamity. In the long river of history, I have seen too many of these things. I have to remind you." Tang Zheng's face was expressionless, but waves had already risen in his heart. He pretended to be calm and said, "Heavenly Tao, you don't have to sow discord. The matter between him and me will be settled between us. Now, let's settle the matter between us." It was because of the uncertain factor of Yuan Ying's doppelganger that Tang Zheng wanted to cut the Gordian knot and solve the problem of the heavenly Tao. Then he could deal with Yuan Ying's doppelganger. The heavenly Tao snorted angrily and said, "You are stubborn and refuse to give up." Tang Zheng laughed and said, "When have you ever given up? You have harmed me time and time again, and almost caused this world to be destroyed in the hands of Hao Tian Wang. Not only me, but you are the enemy of the entire world. I am only seeking justice for you on behalf of others." The heavenly Tao said disdainfully, "Humans are like ants. They are just a race that lives in this world. How can they be worthy of seeking justice from me? In the long river of history, it would be easy for me to destroy this race if I wanted to." Tang Zheng's expression turned cold and said, "If you look down on humans so much, then why do you still need to use them to absorb the power of faith? That's the last of their value." Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "Heavenly Tao, you look down on humans, but let me tell you, I am also a human. You have already broken away from them. To be precise, you are no longer a pure human. The heavenly Tao corrected. Tang Zheng said stubbornly. No, at any time, no matter what realm I am in, no matter where I go, I am still a human. This is my root. I decided from the moment I was born and will never change. You are stubborn and have completely abandoned yourself. I am willing. If you choose to be with ants, then you are also ants. The heavenly Tao flew into a rage and roared, causing a gust of wind to blow in the air. Rumble! The training hall actually flew up, and the huge mountain peak kept shrinking. What are you doing? The omnipotent God exclaimed. The heavenly Tao said with killing intent, Of course, I am killing him. Omnipotent God, you are my incarnation. Do you really think that with your own consciousness and some tricks, you can escape from my five-finger mountain? I am not Tang Zheng. I am not that stupid. Bang. Chapter 1823. The mountain peak turned into a giant seal, and with a flash of light, the two words heaven suppressing appeared on the seal. You have destroyed my temple. Universal God was pained as he beat his chest. Tiandao sneered. So what? Not only will I destroy your temple, I will also take you in. The heaven-suppressing seal fell from the sky, not towards Tang Zheng, but towards Universal God. Universal God screamed, and used all his skills in an attempt to stop it. Pung! The heaven-suppressing seal landed on Universal God's hands, and with a loud explosion, his arms were blown to pieces. Universal God screamed, Tiandao, what are you doing? You are my incarnation. I can let you out, but I can also take you back. Tiandao said calmly. The omnipotent God was shocked. He had a bad premonition and begged, Don't. Too late. With a loud boom, the heaven-suppressing seal landed on Universal God's body, and he had no way to resist at all. The two words on the heaven-suppressing seal flickered, and seemed to have gained a bit of spirituality. Tang Zheng's expression changed as he saw through the clues. You took Universal God into the heaven-suppressing seal and raised its grade, right? Good eye. You have the hidden sword, and I have the heaven-suppressing seal. We are both saint weapons. Do you think we still have a chance of winning? Tiandao asked proudly. Tang Zheng did not comment whether we have a chance of winning or not. We will see soon. Swoosh! The hidden sword flew out, and Tang Zheng disappeared, becoming one with the sword. Whoosh! The heaven-suppressing seal flew towards the hidden sword. It was not big, but the terrifying power it gathered was chilling, as if the sky was falling down. Pung! The two swords and seals clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. No one was at an advantage. The hidden sword was like the wind and lightning, and as fast as lightning, it turned back and left marks on the heaven-suppressing seal. The heaven-suppressing seal trembled slightly and suddenly changed direction, smashing onto the hidden sword. The hidden sword bent into a huge arc, as if it was about to break. Wung! The hidden mystic sword deflected the seal of heaven suppression away. Tang Zheng's figure appeared. He held the hidden sword in his hand and stared at the heaven-suppressing seal like a tiger watching its prey. He said, Heavenly Tao, although you don't have a physical body, I know you can take human form. Why don't you show yourself openly? Who do you want me to become? Whoosh! The air fluctuated, and Fong Shishir appeared in front of him. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched as he bellowed. Change back. You're not allowed to taint Shishir. Ha ha ha. You've reminded me. You have so many important people. If I turn into them, one by one, can you still bear to kill them? As he spoke, whoosh, 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 the surrounding air began to tremble. Familiar faces appeared one after another. Yi Dingdang, Lu Qingmei, Mu Hongyan, Wu He, and Li Xiaotian all looked at Tang Zheng with smiles on their beautiful faces. Tang Zheng was furious as he roared, Heavenly Tao, you're digging your own grave. Then you'll have to pass this first. Heavenly Tao was not afraid at all. His voice stopped abruptly, and then a familiar voice came out from everyone's mouth. Tang Zheng, don't hurt me. Don't look at me like that. It's so scary. One by one, they begged pitifully, but they approached Tang Zheng step by step and reached out to grab him. Tang Zheng did not move as he watched them approach. Looking at the familiar faces and voices, his heartstrings trembled a few times. Seeing that they were within reach, Tang Zheng's eyes flashed, and he attacked like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Palm after palm hit their bodies. All of them exploded and turned into a chaotic flow. They did not even have time to scream. Tang Zheng snorted and said, "Heavenly Tao, you think you can disturb my mind by changing their appearance? You're wrong. You can only change their appearance, but you don't have any of their charm. You're not them at all. How can you disturb my mind?" Amazing, amazing. Heavenly Tao sighed and changed the topic, but so what? Once I kill you, none of the people around you will be able to escape. All of them will accompany you. Tang Zheng was unmoved and said with killing intent, "Then I have to destroy you even more." Whoosh! Tang Zheng firmly locked onto Heavenly Tao. The hidden profound sword was aimed at him and stabbed over. The heaven-suppressing seal was extremely fast and blocked the hidden profound sword. Both sides fought more and more fiercely, but no one could do anything to the other. The sky gradually became bright. The earth-shattering battle had long alarmed the crowd. Mortals only dared to watch from afar as the morning sun shone on them. The complicated expressions on their faces could be seen clearly. "Ha ha! Tang Zheng, didn't you claim to be the savior of the world? Then I'll fulfill your wish once more." Heavenly Tao laughed. Boom! With a loud sound, the heaven-suppressing seal flew towards the crowd. Before it even got close, the ground had already collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying power of the heaven-suppressing seal. The crowd screamed and ran in all directions, but there was no way to escape the attack range of the heaven-suppressing seal. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright. The Heavenly Tao was too cunning. It actually attacked innocent humans. Shameless! Tang Zheng roared. The hidden, profound sword flew out and turned into a ray of light. Rays of sword light intertwined and formed a sword net above everyone's head. Boom! The heaven-suppressing seal hit the sword net, and the sword net broke into pieces. The hidden profound sword bitterly held on and did not retreat even half a step. The heaven-suppressing seal closed in, causing the hidden profound sword to suffer. Tang Zheng also did not have it easy as his face became pale. "Ha ha ha! This is the taste of being the savior of the world. I really don't know what you're thinking. They're just a group of mortals. It's fine to use them, but you're willing to sacrifice yourself to save them? What's the point?" Heavenly Tao mocked. "I'm a human. Tang Zheng, naturally have to save my people." Tang Zheng clenched his teeth and retorted. His voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears and imprinting in their hearts. "It's him, the savior." The crowd was freed from the heaven-suppressing seal, but they did not escape immediately. Instead, they screamed in realization and pointed at Tang Zheng. Although a period of time had passed since the end of the world, and Tang Zheng was fighting fiercely with Heavenly King Hao in the ninth heaven, most people would not be able to see it clearly. However, at some point in time, the name of the person who turned the tide had spread. People called him the savior, but they had not seen him in person. Now, they finally knew that the blurry young man in midair was the savior. They were both surprised and happy. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone knelt down and kowtowed to Tang Zheng. They did not care about the crisis in front of them. Long live the savior. People shouted loudly and sincerely. "Ha! What a bunch of ignorant ants. Death is at hand, and you're still kowtowing." Heavenly Tao snorted and said disdainfully. Tang Zheng was burning with anxiety. He kept waving his hand and shouted, "You guys leave quickly. It's dangerous here. I'll deal with Heavenly Tao." The Savior does not care about his own danger and bravely fights a strong enemy. It's admirable. People's hearts surged with stormy waves as they firmly remembered Tang Zheng's vague appearance. Which God in the world is more efficacious than the Savior? He is really protecting us. This is something that can be seen and touched. It's not something that those illusory gods can compare to. When I go back, I'll build a golden body for the Savior and worship him in the cultivation field. Chapter 1824. In the end, Tang Zheng withstood the pressure of the heavenly Tao and gave the innocent people a chance to escape. However, people turned back 3 times with every step they took, deeply imprinting Tang Zheng's figure in their minds. From then on, all over the country, dojos related to the Savior Tang Zheng sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Of course, this is a story for later, so it won't be mentioned for now. In order to avoid hurting the innocent, Tang Zheng forced the heavenly Tao step by step to a deserted place. Both sides chased each other and actually headed towards the great northwest. In the distance, a towering tree that towered into the sky came into view. The Tree of Life. Both sides were very familiar with it. Before the heavenly Tao could react, Yuan Ying's clone had already shouted in the heaven realm, "Don't you want to completely defeat the heavenly Tao? The Tree of Life is the key to victory." What do you mean? Simple. The Tree of Life can only be encountered by chance. If you absorb the energy of this Tree of Life into the heaven realm, once the heaven realm becomes stronger, it will definitely be beneficial to you. You will be able to defeat the heavenly Tao. Yuan Ying's clone said patiently. However, Tang Zheng was more cautious and asked, "The Tree of Life is related to the human world. It is the symbol of the big world. Once I absorb the energy of the Tree of Life, won't the human world be finished?" For the time being, the human world will definitely be fine. Even if it is a small world, it will not immediately explode and disappear. Yuan Ying's clone explained. Tang Zheng did not believe it and said, "I will not risk the lives of so many people. Don't you want to defeat the heavenly Tao? Other than that, do you have a second way?" Tang Zheng was silent. He really had no other way. "Believe me, you and I are one. Why would I harm you? Once the 2 trees of life merge, the heaven realm will undergo earth-shattering changes. Then, it will become a different scene. That will be a real mature world, not this embryonic form." Yuan Ying's clone was very excited and persistently persuaded. "A mature world, what is that?" Tang Zheng's heart moved. He knew nothing about this, but Yuan Ying's clone knew more about the heaven realm. Of course, it's the same world as the human world. No, it's a world that's better and more advanced than the human realm. Yuan Ying's doppelganger vowed solemnly and was filled with yearning. Tang Zheng immediately understood and said, "You mean a world where humans can live?" "Of course, not only humans, all creatures can live there. That will be a flourishing world. Moreover, entering and exiting the heaven realm doesn't have to risk your life. We can completely control your life and death. We are the rulers of the heaven realm, the gods of the heaven realm. As long as you enter, you must listen to our orders." Yuan Ying's clone's words were very tempting and provocative. Tang Zheng heard the hidden meaning behind the words, and his heart thumped. He suddenly realized a problem. Wasn't this also the case when the world was first created? Humans were dominated, and the gods were high and mighty. They were the rulers and the objects of worship of the humans. Back then, the humans were so similar to the heaven realm. Could it be that humans were accidentally created by the Protoss, just like the heavenly realm? Then, step by step, they created all living things and humans, and then played the game of raising humans, and humans were equivalent to their pets or prey in captivity. Hiss! Tang Zheng sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind was unsettled, and he was completely shocked by his own guess. If that was really the case, then the origin of humans had been found. However, it wasn't that wonderful. Humans could also be pets, just like the cats and dogs of today. Don't let your imagination run wild. So what if the truth is like this? We have already broken away from the identity of humans. We can also dominate others, be the high and mighty gods, and be worshipped by others. Yuan Ying's doppelganger said, unceasingly. His words showed that he was yearning for this. Nonsense! Tang Zheng reprimanded loudly. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's face was flushed red. He said, although the heavenly Tao is an enemy, I agree with his point of view. We are so powerful, so why should we be limited to this world and our current achievements? People walk towards greater heights. We should have greater goals and dreams. You mean to be a god and control the life and death of others? Can't I? No. Why? I am also a human. If the God clan had really dominated us back then we would have been livestock, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Does that feel good? Tang Zheng asked. Of course it doesn't. That's why we have to change our roles. We can't be controlled by others. We have to control others. Ha ha! You're twisting words and forcing logic. Tang Zheng criticized in disdain. Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Don't you understand this principle? Yuan Ying's doppelganger couldn't win the argument. He said with an angry snort, in any case, this matter must be done. It's useless even if you object. Tang Zheng had never thought that he would disagree with Yuan Ying's doppelganger so quickly. This was a fatal difference. If it wasn't handled well, Yuan Ying's doppelganger might become the second heavenly Tao. He gazed forward. The heavenly Tao couldn't be seen, but he knew it was right in front of him. All of this was caused by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was the fuse. If it weren't for him, Yuan Ying's doppelganger wouldn't have thought about this. Controlling the life and death of others and enslaving humans? Then what were they? He would never allow such a thing to happen. Seeing Tang Zheng's fluctuating expression, the heavenly Tao asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Tang Zheng glared angrily and said, "Heavenly Tao, all of this started because of you. If I don't destroy you, there will be endless trouble in the future. Don't even think about escaping today." Swoosh! With that, the hidden mysterious sword slashed out once again. The oasis below split open and turned into a canyon. The heaven-suppressing seal met the attack head-on. The ground caved in and became a bottomless pit. The two sides exchanged blows and turned the place into a mess. They were approaching the Tree of Life step by step. Tang Zheng was apprehensive of Yuan Ying's doppelganger and didn't want to get close to the Tree of Life. However, the heavenly Tao was leaning toward the Tree of Life. He had no choice but to chase after it step by step and persevere. Boom! The aftermath of an attack landed on the Tree of Life. A ray of light rose from the Tree of Life and blocked the aftermath. Meanwhile, the Tree of Life trembled and buzzed, swaying continuously as if it was about to topple over. Heavenly Tao, don't hurt the Tree of Life. You want to become the god of this world, but you don't want to destroy it, right? Tang Zheng reminded. The heavenly Tao was slightly startled and said, "You've thought it through. This Tree of Life can't be lost." With that said, Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. Both sides had reached an agreement on this matter. At least the Tree of Life was preserved. However, before he could rejoice, small black holes appeared around the Tree of Life. They tore the space into thousands of holes and completely enveloped the Tree of Life from its roots. "What are you doing?" Tang Zheng suddenly had an ominous premonition and screamed in shock. The heavenly Tao was also shocked and shouted, "Tang Zheng, what are you doing?" Chapter 1825. The heavenly Tao mistakenly thought that all of this was done by Tang Zheng and shouted angrily, "It's not me." Tang Zheng explained, "It's Yuanying's clone." "What does he want to do?" The heavenly Tao asked. "You gave him a direction. He also wants to become a god." Tang Zheng said helplessly. The heavenly Tao was stunned and laughed disdainfully. "Who does he think he is? He's just a clone, and he wants to become a god." What a joke. The heavenly Tao did not put Yuanying's clone in his eyes at all. "Heavenly Tao, you really have a problem with your eyesight. No wonder after so many years, you still can't become a true god. Your vision limits your realm." The voice of Yuanying's clone came out of the black holes and echoed in the air like a loudspeaker, resounding through the clouds. The heavenly Tao was shocked and flew into a rage. A mere clone dares to speak such arrogant words. "I want to see what method you have to become a god. A method you can't even dream of." Yuanying's clone said proudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew between heaven and earth as a huge suction force came out of the black holes and locked onto the tree of life like chains. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound came from underground, and the ground trembled. "What are you doing?" the heavenly Tao asked in horror. Tang Zheng sighed and said, "Isn't it obvious? He wants to absorb the tree of life into the black holes." "What?" the heavenly Tao cried out in disbelief. He had never thought of this even in his dreams. Tang Zheng went straight to the point. "Yuanying's clone wants to use the tree of life's energy to become a god in the heavenly realm." "Heavenly realm?" the heavenly Tao said thoughtfully. "The world where you trapped Yan Qingyi, right?" "Yes." Tang Zheng did not hide it and said, "Once the tree of life is absorbed into the heavenly realm will undergo a huge change, and Yuanying's clone will become a god in the heavenly realm, omnipotent and completely controlling the heavenly realm." Heavenly Tao exclaimed, "Then he will become a true god in the great thousand world." It was precisely because the divine race controlled certain worlds that they could become the divine race. They could seize the power of a world for their own use. The higher the level of this world, the more powerful the god race will be. Tang Zheng's eyebrows twitched. This was the first time he had heard this argument. "I have never paid attention to your heaven realm. Now, it seems that I was too careless. If I had known earlier, I would have destroyed your heaven realm. Wouldn't I not have to worry about this?" The heavenly Tao was filled with regret. "Ha! It's too late for regrets. Just watch as I become a god." Yuanying's clone laughed. The heavenly Tao said coldly, "I won't let you succeed." The heavenly Tao knew very well that if Yuanying's avatar became a god, he would be in danger. Even if he did not have a physical body, Yuanying's avatar could still destroy him. This was a moment of life and death. The heavenly Tao changed the topic and said to Tang Zheng, "Tang Zheng, you don't want Yuanying's avatar to become a god, right? Why don't you join forces with me to stop him?" The heavenly Tao actually wanted to join forces with Tang Zheng to fight against Yuanying's avatar. This shocked Tang Zheng. The heavenly Tao's direction changed too quickly. Yuanying's avatar said sarcastically, "Heavenly Tao, in order to achieve your goal, you are really unscrupulous. You even use such a method." The heavenly Tao disagreed and said, "As long as I can achieve my goal, what is this? Do you think Tang Zheng will agree to you? Who doesn't know your ambitions? If he joins forces with you and destroys my plan, wouldn't that be helping you? Once you become a god, the first one to be unlucky will be him. After all, I am his identity. Even if I become a god, I won't be a threat to him. Do you think he will still help you after analyzing the pros and cons?" Yuan Ying's avatar's analysis was clear and logical. Every sentence was on point, poking at Tang Zheng's heart. Tang Zheng's expression kept changing as he hesitated. The heavenly Tao asked anxiously, "Tang Zheng, what do you think? Time is of the essence. If you don't make up your mind, it will really be too late. There's nothing you can do." Tang Zheng suddenly raised his head and glanced at the tree of life, then looked in the direction of the heavenly Tao. His eyes gradually became firm as he said in a clear voice, "Heavenly Tao, I am your enemy, not your friend. No matter what the situation is, I can't help you. I have seen everything you have done. How can I not understand your character? If you succeed one day, there will be no way for me to live. Not only me, but I'm afraid the entire world will become your plaything. How can I let you do as you wish?" These words were powerful and resonant, completely destroying the last trace of hope in the heavenly Tao's heart. His anger was like an erupting volcano, enveloping this space. Only his roar could be heard echoing between heaven and earth. "Tang Zheng, you will regret it." Tang Zheng was unmoved and turned a deaf ear. "Ha, heavenly Tao, have you given up now?" Yuan Ying's avatar seemed to have known this would happen and said proudly, "Humph, you are jackals of the same tribe. Even if Tang Zheng doesn't help me, I'm not afraid of you." The heavenly Tao said firmly, but everyone knew that he was stubborn. If he was really confident, he wouldn't need to ask for help from Tang Zheng. "Then let me go. I want to see how you will stop me." Yuan Ying's avatar snorted and said disdainfully, "Rumble." The loud noise below the tree of life became even more intense. It was as if countless roots were being pulled out from the soil and rocks. A dazzling light soared from the tree of life. "Tree of life, why are you resisting? This will do you more good than harm," Yuan Ying's avatar advised. Swish! What answered him was a resplendent light that enveloped the terrifying power that was locking the tree of life in an attempt to stop all of this. "Unfortunately, your resistance is useless. You will only make me succeed faster." As expected, after the tree of life split into two, the rumbling sound from the ground became even louder. The tree of life began to tremble violently, as if it was going to be uprooted at any moment. "Stop!" The heavenly Tao roared and turned into a tornado that rushed over. The tornado split into two, then four, and finally countless tornadoes that resisted the suction force of the black hole in an attempt to shatter those chains. "It's futile," Yuan Ying's avatar said disdainfully. The black hole suddenly expanded, and the suction force increased. The sky was filled with devastation, completely occupied by the black hole. Ha, am I right? You can't stop all of this. Tree of life, come. Bang, bang, bang. The tornadoes exploded one after another, unable to resist the suction force of the black hole, and were torn into pieces. The tree of life gradually pulled out from the soil and slowly flew toward the black hole. Chapter 1826. The heavenly Tao had completely lost its mind and roared crazily, "You force me to do this. Even if we perish together, I will not let you succeed." Boom, boom. A series of loud noises came from the sky. Then cracks appeared in the sky. It was as if a terrifying force had torn the sky apart. At the same time, cracks appeared on the ground, turning into ravines, turning the oasis into a scene of devastation. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. When Tang Zheng saw this scene, his eyelids twitched violently. The heavenly Tao was really going all out. Hoo. Violent gales raged, and the sky turned into an azure hell. "Heavenly Tao, stop! Are you trying to destroy the human world?" Tang Zheng cried out in shock. Tian Dao was furious. "You forced me to do this. So what if the human world is destroyed?" "I won't be destroyed. None of you can stop me." Ka ka ka. Chasms appeared one after another, rapidly spreading in all directions from the Tree of Life, as if it really wanted to cut the earth of this world into countless pieces. Yuan Ying's doppelganger, you should stop as well. Tang Zheng was at his wit's end and could only advise the other one. Ha ha! Yuan Ying's doppelganger laughed maniacally. Tang Zheng, you can't stop him. So what if he destroys the human world? We still have the heaven realm. When the time comes, we can still survive. Nonsense. The human world is our foundation. What good will it do you to destroy it? Tang Zheng retorted. So what if I destroy a world that doesn't belong to me? You should just watch the show. The heavenly Tao is just struggling in its death throes. It's useless. Yuan Ying's clone said disdainfully. Even if it's a deathbed struggle, I'm going to drag you down with me. Heavenly Tao was hysterical. He had already lost his rationality and was going crazy. Whoosh, whoosh. Strands of black qi extended from the chasm like shackles, firmly grasping the Tree of Life. At the same time, a lot of black gas appeared in the cracks in the sky and rushed toward the black hole. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened, as if a curtain of darkness had been drawn. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he felt an ominous premonition. Evernight descends. The heavenly Tao said proudly, that's right. If I can teach how Tianwang's descent of eternal night, then I can definitely use it as well. Furthermore, my attainments are far above his. Do you think I don't have a way? You're all wrong. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He had seen the descent of the eternal night before and knew that it was an extremely powerful divine ability. If the heavenly Tao's attainments in the descent of the eternal night far surpassed Hao Qianwang's, he had no confidence in his heart. He didn't know if Yuan Ying's clone could withstand it. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's voice became low. He knew this very well, but there was no turning back. He had no choice but to charge forward. Yuan Ying's doppelganger wasn't intimidated. Her voice became high-pitched again, filled with boundless fighting spirit. Then I'll test your descent of eternal night. Let's see if my sky-swallowing technique is stronger or if your descent of eternal night is stronger. Boom. The black hole spun rapidly. The endless darkness within seemed to have a magical power that could devour everything. Sky-swallowing. Tang Zheng shivered. He immediately recognized that this was Yuan Ying's doppelganger activating the highest level of the sky-swallowing technique, sky-swallowing. Ever since Tang Zheng had completely mastered the sky-swallowing technique, he had yet to truly unleash its full power and display the full might of the sky-swallowing technique. Therefore, even he himself wasn't clear about the true might of the sky-swallowing technique. One person used the descent of the eternal night, while the other used the sky-swallowing technique. They were like two sharp needles against an awl. There was no clear answer as to who would emerge victorious. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh and said, Heavenly Tao, you want to destroy the world. If you hadn't done so, I might have been able to remain neutral. But you want to drag the world down with you, so don't blame me. Whoosh! He rose into the air, stepped on the somersault cloud, and dove down toward the black shackles. The hidden profound sword glowed with a dazzling light. It descended from the sky and turned into a giant sword, as if it wanted to slash apart the world. Tang Zheng, you still helped him. Heavenly Tao was furious and roared incessantly. You forced me to do this. Tang Zheng said, helplessly, then all of you can come at me together. All of you must die. Heavenly Tao's killing intent soared to the sky, and a chain was flung toward Tang Zheng. Boom! The hidden profound sword struck the chain, causing it to break inch by inch. Tang Zheng did not even have the time to catch his breath before the broken bits of black aura once again gathered together. A new chain was reborn. The chain stirred, and the aura of the world was stirred up, turning into a black tornado. It roared as it swept toward Tang Zheng. The somersault cloud was fast and nimble, shuttling back and forth around the tornado. With a few rumbling sounds, the tornado exploded, and the hidden profound sword once again shattered the chain. That dazzling sword light dispersed all the darkness. Ha ha ha! Tang Zheng, good job. You and I are one, so we should work together to resist Heavenly Tao. Let him be completely finished. Yuan Ying's clone was overjoyed and couldn't stop laughing. Whoosh whoosh. The power of the sky-swallowing technique was raised to the extreme. The black hole became bigger and bigger, spinning faster and faster. The tree of life sped up and flew toward the black hole. As for those black chains, they couldn't stop the power of the black hole. Heavenly Tao shouted, "Tang Zheng, go to hell." Tang Zheng was a sage, a true expert. Heavenly Tao couldn't ignore his attacks, especially under repeated attacks. Heavenly Tao couldn't help but be distracted, and still couldn't easily kill Tang Zheng, as he said. Tang Zheng also saw this point and sped up his attacks. One chain after another was cut off, as if he had cut off Heavenly Tao's left and right arms. Heavenly Tao roared nonstop, and it was clearly injured. Eternal night descends. Suddenly, Heavenly Tao roared, and the sky completely darkened. The light between heaven and earth seemed to be absorbed, as if someone had turned off the light switch in the dark night. Heaven and earth fell into darkness, and one couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Darkness gathered from all directions, and an earth-shattering power acted on Tang Zheng's body, as if it wanted to crush him into pieces. The descent of the eternal night is indeed not to be underestimated. Tang Zheng cultivated the chaotic Vajra spell, so it was easier said than done for this dark energy to crush him. His entire body flickered with golden light like a Vajra. Other than dispersing the power of darkness, it was unable to harm him at all. However, his breathing quickened a little. After all, the pressure was not to be underestimated. The tree of life was surrounded by darkness, and even the light it emitted was much weaker, as if it was about to be devoured by the darkness. Yuan Ying's clone roared, "Devour the heavens!" Boom! The earth trembled, and soil flew into the sky. Rocks flew out from the ground and quickly flew towards the black hole. A moment later, a huge hole appeared. The ground seemed to have caved in, and even more soil and rocks flew towards the black hole and disappeared. When the Heavenly Tao saw this, it turned pale with fright. "Are you really going to suck this world away? Swallow the heavens, swallow the heavens. Could it be that you can really swallow the heavens? How could there be such a heaven-defying ability in this world?" Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1827. The earth caved in, and the sky was torn apart. The darkness that pervaded the world was also torn apart. Light penetrated through the cracks like rays of dawn. The embodiment of the way of the heavens actually felt that it was difficult to control its body and mind and wanted to fly towards the black hole. The way of the heavens roared, "Don't even think about succeeding." So, a figure slowly appeared in the void. The air fluctuated violently as circles of ripples spread out in all directions, creating a great momentum. Tang Zheng had already broken free from the shackles of the darkness. His entire body flickered with golden light like a golden man. His pupils shrank as he stared at the newly appeared figure and cried out in alarm, "The way of the heavens!" He saw that this person was extremely handsome. His long robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. He was like a celestial being. "You finally revealed your true body. I thought you really didn't have a true body," Tang Zheng coldly said. The way of the heavens stared at Tang Zheng with bright eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "You force me to do all of this." He opened his hands and waved them towards the world. The darkness of the world once again gathered and enveloped his body. Let's see what other moves you have. Tang Zheng was not afraid. He held the hidden profound sword and turned into a ray of light, charging into the darkness. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sounds of an intense battle resounded through the world. Without the restriction of the way of the heavens, the Yuanying clone's attack power increased greatly. A roar seemed to come from the black hole. The tree of life approached the black hole, and with a flash of light, the black hole swallowed half of the tree of life. The tree of life's light immediately dimmed. A powerful airflow was produced between heaven and earth, shaking the world. The soil on the ground rose up and flew into the black hole. A bottomless hole appeared. It was as if the entire world was about to be sucked into the black hole. Boom! With a loud sound, the darkness in the sky was torn open and could not be healed. The way of the heavens and Tang Zheng's figures appeared once again. Blood dripped from the hidden profound sword, and Tang Zheng's body was also injured. Blood flowed down the soles of his feet. Tiandao looked at Tang Zheng in a wretched state. He was startled and said in disbelief, "You can actually hurt me." Tang Zheng snorted coldly and said, "You and I are both saints. What's so strange about me injuring you?" At the same time, Tang Zheng's mind was in turmoil. He was someone who cultivated the primal chaos Vajra spell, and his entire body was impregnable, but he was still injured by the heavenly Tao. Good, very good. Tiandao gnashed his teeth. Suddenly, his gaze turned and landed on the tree of life. His eyes widened as he roared, "The two of you worked together flawlessly. The tree of life is really going to fall into your hands." Tang Zheng also saw this scene and sighed inwardly. Yuanying's avatar was really too smart, not letting go of any opportunity. Now, half of the tree of life had already entered the black hole. Even Tang Zheng might not be able to save the situation. This time, Yuanying's clone succeeded. Tang Zheng lowered his head and looked down at the bottomless cave. For a moment, he was a little absent-minded. A crazed expression suddenly surfaced on Tiandao's face as he shouted, "Let's perish together. No one will be able to survive." Whiz. With that said, the heavenly Tao turned into a ray of black light, leaving behind an afterimage in the sky. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it flew towards the tree of life. Tang Zheng came back to his senses and was shocked. He shouted, "Heavenly Tao, what are you doing?" The heavenly Tao did not answer Tang Zheng, but his actions had already explained everything. Bang! The heavenly Tao collided with the tree of life, causing a ball of black light to explode. The heavenly Tao disappeared, and the black light quickly climbed up the tree of life like maggots. Only half of the tree of life was exposed outside the black hole, but the black light enveloped this half of the tree of life, resisting the suction force of the black hole. Roar! Suddenly, Yuanying's clone roared and descended from the sky, landing in front of the tree of life. He flew into a rage and said, "Heavenly Tao, do you want to stop me like this?" The heavenly Tao's voice sounded, "I have merged with the tree of life. Can you still suck me into this black hole?" The heavenly Tao seemed to be quite confident in himself and did not believe that Yuanying's clone had this ability. Yuanying's clone was silent for a while, then he snorted and said, "You've really used the sky swallowing technique." With that said, the black hole suddenly expanded like a bloody mouth, occupying half of the sky as if it wanted to swallow the world. Tang Zheng sucked in a breath of cold air and roared, "No!" He soared into the sky, and a vast amount of energy broke through the air, interweaving into a large net and covering the world. Whoosh, whoosh! A strong wind blew as the tree of life flew into the black hole again. The heavenly Tao roared hysterically, "How is this possible?" The sky-swallowing technique could actually ignore him and swallow him along with the tree of life. The heavenly Tao could not help but panic. On the other hand, Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and bitterly held on. His cheeks turned red at first, then gradually turned pale as his power was quickly consumed. His power enveloped the earth, resisting the sky-swallowing technique's divine might. He also knew that this was a drop in the bucket and that it was impossible to succeed, but he did not give up. "I must hold on." Tang Zheng gritted his teeth, and his expression gradually became firm. Sky-swallowing technique. Yuan Ying's clone shouted, and the suction force of the black hole suddenly increased, and a strong wind wrapped around the tree of life. Whoosh! The tree of life accelerated toward the black hole, unable to resist. The heavenly Tao screamed, "No!" The black light receded from the tree of life like a receding tide, but it was all too late. The strong wind did not give the heavenly Tao a chance and rushed into the black hole in the blink of an eye. At the black hole, the black light gathered together with difficulty and turned into the heavenly Tao's appearance. He tried his best to escape. However, he could no longer escape. Boom! The heavenly Tao exploded and shattered, turning into wisps of black light that were completely swallowed by the black hole and disappeared, turning into vast and mighty energy that merged into the heavenly realm. Seeing this, Tang Zheng shouted, "Yuan Ying, stop! Don't use the sky-swallowing technique." Yuan Ying glanced at Tang Zheng, jumped into the black hole, and disappeared. The black hole disappeared, and the world returned to normal. It was no longer threatened by the sky-swallowing technique. This world was temporarily saved. Whoosh! Tang Zheng gasped for breath, looking at the empty sky, disappointed and frustrated. Was the heavenly Tao really destroyed just like that? He had never thought that the heavenly Tao would disappear in such a way, especially when it was inextricably linked to him. Tang Zheng. Yuan Ying has such a great harvest. What is he doing? Tang Zheng's mind moved, and his divine sense entered the heavenly realm, and he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The tree of life rose from the ground and grew into the sky. Countless amounts of energy fell from the sky and were completely absorbed by the tree of life. The tree of life's light became more and more dazzling. At the same time, there were also bits of black light falling. Yuan Ying's clone stood on the treetop of the tree of life and raised his head to devour the black light. Chapter 1828. Yuan Ying's clone rapidly expanded. In a short while, it became even taller than the tree of life. It was a true giant. The terrifying aura emitted from his body made one's heart skip a beat. Even Tang Zheng was no exception. He seems to be undergoing some subtle changes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light rushed out from Yuan Ying's clone. Immediately, the heaven realm was bathed in purple light. Even the light of the tree of life could not compete with it. Ha! Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter resounded throughout the heaven realm. It was like rolling thunder that exploded above the 9 heavens. At the same time, a mysterious and powerful aura was emitted from Yuan Ying's clone and filled the heaven realm. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Yuan Ying's clone had completed some kind of transformation. He had actually guessed it, but he did not dare to be sure or believe it. So this is what it feels like to be a god. Yuan Ying's clone was pleased with himself. He stretched his muscles and took a step forward. The ground cracked open, and a bottomless ravine appeared. Finally, it became a rift valley. God! A complicated look flashed across Tang Zheng's eyes. His guess had actually come true. Yuan Ying's clone had really advanced to become a god. The heavenly axiom had worked tirelessly and dreamed of it for so many years. In the end, it did not succeed. Instead, It benefited Yuan Ying's clone. He had actually succeeded, just like that. The energy of the Tree of Life and the heavenly axiom had helped him cross this tall threshold. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks as he was blocked outside the door, unable to experience the feeling of a nascent soul avatar. However, he knew that he might not be able to trap Yuan Ying's clone anymore. Perhaps Yuan Ying's clone could still threaten him. However, he did not escape. Facing Yuan Ying's clone, he had nowhere to run. The heaven realm was closely connected to him. Yuan Ying's clone could find him through the heaven realm at any time. Yuan Ying's clone's laughter stopped abruptly. He raised his head and looked at the 9 heavens. He knew that there was a pair of invisible eyes watching everything, watching him. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank as he looked at Yuan Ying's doppelganger. He could see Yuan Ying's doppelganger, but Yuan Ying's doppelganger couldn't see him. However, the blazing gaze of Yuan Ying's doppelganger seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of barriers and truly see Tang Zheng. "Are you scared?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger teased. Tang Zheng's expression turned cold, and he said, "You're from the god race. I'm not afraid of you." "Ha! Is that so?" Yuan Ying's avatar strode forward. Although it was far away from Tang Zheng and was not in the same space, the violent aura that rushed towards him still caused Tang Zheng's spirit to surge. "So this is the god race. There is indeed a world of difference between it and the saint realm." Tang Zheng suppressed the surging tide in his heart. His will was firm, and he said without changing his expression, "Don't scare me in the heaven realm. If you want to kill me, come to the human realm." Yuan Ying's doppelganger stopped and said with a smile, "Ha! Don't worry, I won't kill you. You and I are one. If you die, it won't do me any good." Tang Zheng frowned, half believing and half doubting. He didn't completely believe what Yuan Ying's doppelganger said. The other party was more cunning than him. If he believed him so easily, it would be too late for regrets. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Anyway, from now on, you and I won't interfere with each other's business." Yuan Ying's doppelganger shrugged and said lazily. Tang Zheng didn't comment and asked, "Then what do you plan to do next?" "You want to know?" Tang Zheng didn't deny it and asked directly, "Will you still attack the human realm?" This was the question that Tang Zheng was most concerned about. If Yuan Ying's doppelganger insisted on doing things his own way and still wanted to absorb the human realm into the heaven realm, then he would fight Yuan Ying to the death even if he had to sacrifice himself. Yuan Ying's doppelganger understood Tang Zheng better than anyone else. Naturally, he also thought of this point. He shook his head and said, "I'm already a member of the god race. Why would I care about the human realm?" Tang Zheng sighed in relief. "Don't worry, I won't attack the human realm." Yuan Ying's doppelganger promised. Tang Zheng had no other choice but to believe this promise. As for what I should do next, Yuan Ying's doppelganger's lips curled, and he said with a meaningful smile, "According to the heavenly Tao, the god race is a very powerful race. Since I'm already a member of the god race, I should go and find them." "What?" Tang Zheng was shocked. Yuan Ying's doppelganger actually wanted to go and find the god race? Did you forget what the heavenly Tao said? The god race isn't that simple, and they aren't necessarily friendly. Aren't you just seeking your own death if you go? Tang Zheng asked loudly. "Oh, is this related to me?" "Ha! After all, we come from the same origin, yet you still care about this friendship," Yuan Ying's doppelganger said. Tang Zheng coldly snorted and said, "I'm not thinking about any friendship. I just don't want others to say that my doppelganger is actually an idiot." Yuan Ying's doppelganger wasn't angry and said indifferently, "You're wrong. Since I've become a member of the god race, I should lead the god race and create a glory that belongs to the god race. Right now, No one knows about the god race, and their reputation isn't well known. This is too much of a waste. It's simply a stain on the god race's reputation. I will change this terrible situation and let the god race shine in every world. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's face flushed red with excitement. Tang Zheng stared at him in a daze and couldn't help but be speechless. Crazy, proud, condescending. There seemed to be no words that could describe him perfectly. Tang Zheng shook his head and didn't think about this problem. This was no longer something he could control. He casually asked, "Then are you going to leave?" "No." Yuan Ying's doppelganger's answer surprised Tang Zheng. His eyelids twitched, and he said, "The heaven realm hasn't been perfected yet. How can I just leave?" "What does the heaven realm need to be perfected?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. Yuan Ying's doppelganger smiled and didn't answer. He quickly took action. With a wave of his hand, a torrential rain fell from the sky and nourished the earth. The rumbling sound of water came from those ravines and accumulated more and more until they became large rivers. The flood gathered in one direction and finally formed lakes and seas. At the same time, a loud noise came from underground. Mountains rose from the ground. Some were tall, some were short, some were dangerous, and some were strange. Mountain peaks decorated the heaven realm. Yuan Ying's doppelganger waved his hand again. All kinds of trees and plants broke out of the ground. They were lush and verdant, turning the heaven realm into a colorful world. It seems that something is missing. Yuan Ying's doppelganger muttered to himself, completely ignoring Tang Zheng's surprised gaze. Tang Zheng wasn't just surprised, he was horrified. This was an unprecedented emotion. Even he couldn't control it and revealed all his true feelings. With just a wave of his hand, the nascent soul avatar had done something that he had never been able to do. He had transformed the heaven realm into a completely different world. Hearing that he was missing something, Tang Zheng frowned and subconsciously thought about it. Chapter 1829. Yuan Ying's doppelganger sensed Tang Zheng's doubts and went straight to the point. "Don't you feel that it's a little less lively?" Tang Zheng looked down at the vast heaven realm. It was lush and full of vitality. How could it be lacking in vitality? To be exact, it's lacking in vitality, Yuan Ying's doppelganger said in high spirits. Tang Zheng's expression changed abruptly. He exclaimed, "You want to create a human?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger raised his head proudly and stared at the sky. "Why not? Didn't you hear what the heavenly Tao said? Humans were created by the god race. I'm already a god race. Is there a problem with creating a human?" Tang Zheng's emotions surged. He was truly stunned. "Can you really create a human?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger nodded without hesitation. "Of course. You're only at the saint realm. You can experience the infinite power of the god race. Of course, you can't imagine it." Tang Zheng seemed to be in a mess. "I'm also a human. You actually want to create my own kind." "Why not?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger asked back. Tang Zheng was speechless. "It's useless for you to object. I've already made up my mind." Yuan Ying's doppelganger said unquestionably, "You're very lucky to be able to witness this historic moment." Tang Zheng moved his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything to dissuade him. He had no way to dissuade him. He could only watch helplessly. Yuan Ying's doppelganger waved his hand. A clump of soil flew up from the ground and fell into his palm. The soil changed in his palm, gradually becoming crystal clear and emitting a luster. Suddenly, a blazing light exploded in his palm and enveloped his palm. He couldn't see any specific changes anymore. Tang Zheng didn't dare to relax at all. He didn't want to miss any details. This was exactly the same as the legend of creating a human by pinching soil. Yuan Ying's doppelganger was actually recreating the legend. Perhaps in a few years, the actions of Yuan Ying's doppelganger would also become a legend. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ball of light exploded. Yuan Ying's doppelganger smiled and stared at the center of her palm. The light dispersed, and a lifelike little person appeared. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted. Indeed, he could feel a surge of vitality from this little person. This was a real person. To be exact, it was a woman, but her physique was too small, only the length of an arm. Her entire body was naked, and her curves were exquisite. Her figure was excellent. What do you think of my humanoid creation skills? Yuan Ying's doppelganger asked, as if he was presenting a treasure. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and said, "It seems too small." "Ha! What's so difficult about that?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger flipped his palm, and the little one fell from his palm and landed on the ground. When her bare feet touched the ground, she grew with the wind. Not long after, she had become as tall as an ordinary person. Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. This was simply a miracle. The woman was not embarrassed by her naked appearance. Instead, she had a solemn expression as she knelt down in front of Yuan Ying's doppelganger and said, "Exalted God! Exalted God!" These two words caused Tang Zheng's heart to be filled with mixed feelings. Yuan Ying's doppelganger had really become a legendary god. Yuan Ying's doppelganger smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. "You are too lonely in this world alone. I'll find you a companion." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of soil flew into his palm. Just like before, a majestic and powerful man appeared. Yuan Ying's doppelganger flipped his palm, and the man fell to the ground and grew up. He knelt down in front of Yuan Ying's doppelganger and said, "Exalted God." Yuan Ying's doppelganger nodded in satisfaction. "This pair is interesting. You guys go ahead and create humans. I want this world to be full of vitality and surging with people. However, you are created people. So how can you be the same as ordinary people?" Tang Zheng sensed something and asked, "What are you going to do?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger pointed his finger, and two rays of light entered the space between the man and woman's eyebrows. Immediately, their bodies bloomed with light and were filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There was no doubt that at this moment, the two of them had become cultivation geniuses. Their bodies were undergoing earth-shattering changes. After a while, they had actually reached the Mahayana realm. Since this is the heavenly realm, then you are naturally celestials, not mortals. Since the moment you were born, you were cultivation geniuses that were 1 in 10,000. You have advantages that others can't compare to. These are the people I created. Yuan Ying's doppelganger said, loftily. The word celestial made Tang Zheng speechless. Yuan Ying's doppelganger was so arrogant that even he was ashamed of his inferiority. "What do you think of what I did?" Yuan Ying's doppelganger asked complacently. Tang Zheng opened his mouth, but could not say anything negative. He could only tell the truth. "Amazing! Ha ha ha!" Yuan Ying's doppelganger laughed wildly. "It is because you and I are one that I know the weight of your 2 words. Good, with your 2 words, everything is enough. I am very satisfied." Tang Zheng was resentful and did not know how to respond. Yuan Ying's doppelganger said again, "There is no longer anything for me to linger in the human world. I am leaving." "Are you really going to look for the god race?" Tang Zheng asked. "Of course, goodbye. We will definitely meet again." Yuan Ying's doppelganger cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye." Tang Zheng spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Suddenly, the heavenly realm fluctuated violently. Tang Zheng was shocked and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Since I am leaving, the heavenly realm will naturally leave with me." "You want to take the heavenly realm away. Tang Zheng was shocked. He really did not expect this. Yes, the heavenly realm will integrate into the upper-class world and grow and develop rapidly. One day, it will become a dazzling new world, Yuan Ying's doppelganger said with certainty and was very bewitching. Tang Zheng realized the subtlety and asked anxiously, "Then I will never see the heavenly realm again?" "No, after all, you have contributed to the creation of the heavenly realm. I will give you a privilege to let you witness the development of the heavenly realm. Can't you only enter the Langya Pavilion once a month? Then I will also set a time limit for you. You can enter the heavenly realm once a month. This way, you can witness the development of the heavenly realm with your own eyes." Yuan Ying's doppelganger was high and mighty, but Tang Zheng was helpless because he had completely broken away from the control of the heavenly realm. Yuan Ying's doppelganger was the true master of the heavenly realm. Tang Zheng did not decline this privilege. To be honest, he was also very curious about what kind of changes would happen to the heavenly realm. You can also continue to use the sky swallowing technique. The energy absorbed will become nutrients for the heavenly realm, nourishing and strengthening it, Yuan Ying's doppelganger said. However, you might not do so. After all, the master of the heavenly realm is no longer you. You might not do such a thing. Tang Zheng snorted and did not comment. Yuan Ying's doppelganger did not mind and said, "I'm going." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zheng's consciousness was kicked out of the heavenly realm. When he used the sky swallowing technique again, he found that there was no trace of the heavenly realm at all. From then on, the heavenly realm was really separated from him and had nothing to do with him. He could only enter the heavenly realm again after a month. He did not know what the heavenly realm would be like by then. Chapter 1830. The Tree of Life was no longer there. Tang Zheng looked at the mess below and felt sad. There were too many ups and downs in the human world. Seeing that the human world had been promoted to a boundless world, he did not expect that the reality was too cruel. Now, it was back to its original state. Where would the fate of the human world go? Both the world of spirits and the human world had become small worlds that could be annihilated at any time. Tang Zheng immediately felt that the responsibility on his shoulders had become heavier. These two worlds are related to me. I must not let them be destroyed. Moreover, this matter was caused by Yuan Ying's clone. I am duty-bound. Tang Zheng silently made a decision to find a solution. He took a last look at the scene of devastation and was about to leave. In the distance, many figures flew over. Boom! A thunderbolt sounded in the sky, and a door opened. The ghost gate. Tang Zheng recognized it. Rich yin qi was pouring out from the ghost gate. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks as he guessed the reason. It must be the fierce battle just now that caused the world of spirits and souls to shake. After all, the world of spirits and the human world were a mother and child world with a mysterious connection. Dizong of Goguryeo came. Tang Zheng saw Dizong of Goguryeo come out of the ghost gate alone and slowly landed beside him. Dizong of Goguryeo looked dignified, especially when he saw that there was no trace of the Tree of Life and the devastated ground. He had already realized the seriousness of the problem. What happened? Dizong of Goguryeo could not wait to ask. I felt an abnormal fluctuation in the world of spirits and hurried over. What's going on? Sigh. Tang Zheng sighed and did not rush to explain. Dizong of Goguryeo's heart thumped. For Tang Zheng to have such a reaction, it must be a big deal. Moreover, the Tree of Life was missing. Dizong of Goguryeo had already vaguely guessed something. Tang Zheng pointed into the distance and said, "When they come, I'll explain it to them." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked up and nodded in understanding, not saying a word. The atmosphere became very stifling. Even though the two of them were top-notch experts, they felt like their hearts were being pressed down by a 1,000-pound boulder. Tang Zheng, what's wrong? You found the heavenly Tao? The Emperor of Heaven impatiently asked as a group of people rushed over. When the others saw the mess below, they were all shocked, especially when they didn't see the Tree of Life. A few of them cried out in alarm. Where is the Tree of Life? Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's expression was incomparably solemn, as if their hearts had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Tang Zheng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Everyone immediately kept quiet out of fear and stared at him. Cough, cough. Tang Zheng coughed twice to clear his thoughts and said, Everyone, listen to me carefully. The Tree of Life has been completely lost from the human world and will never come back. Although everyone was aware of this serious situation, when they heard Tang Zheng confirm this point, they couldn't help but gasp and exclaim that it was impossible. However, the truth was right in front of them. Tang Zheng couldn't possibly lie to everyone, so after the initial shock, they all stopped and stared at Tang Zheng. Is it the doing of the heavenly Tao? The Emperor of Heaven asked in a deep voice. He had the deepest relationship with the heavenly Tao. In the past, he believed in the heavenly Tao and thought that it was the great Tao of the human world. It was the great Tao that he tirelessly pursued. Later on, he discovered that he was ridiculously wrong. Even his ancestors had been deceived. The heavenly Tao only wanted to use them. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was very narrow-minded. In order to achieve its goal, it would do anything. This was the opposite of the Emperor of Heaven's beliefs. So, he gradually gave up on the so-called heavenly Tao and turned to pursue his own Tao. Tang Zheng wholeheartedly wanted to find the heavenly Tao. That earth-shattering battle just now could be said to be a battle with the heavenly Tao. The heavenly emperor found it hard to imagine who else in this world had the ability to do so. Tang Zheng understood the Emperor of Heaven's thoughts and said, The heavenly Tao has indeed come, but the Tree of Life was not taken away by him. It was someone else. Hiss. When these words were said, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Someone else. Who else in this world had the strength to take away the Tree of Life under the eyes of Tang Zheng and the heavenly Tao? They didn't dare to imagine or believe it. This was simply a fantasy. Tang Zheng understood their thoughts and no longer kept them in suspense. He said, truthfully, it was my Yuanying doppelganger. He took away the Tree of Life and absorbed it into the heavenly realm. From there, he helped himself to become a god. He finished speaking in one breath, but the amount of information contained in it was too much. Everyone opened their eyes wide as if they were listening to a book from heaven. Even the Emperor of Heaven and Dizong of Goguryeo, two knowledgeable people, were confused. They grasped the key point at the same time and asked in unison, What is a god? The others asked at the same time, Why didn't Yuanying's doppelganger listen to your command? How could Yuanying's doppelganger be so powerful? Tang Zheng understood their feelings and quietly listened to their questions. Then he said in a low voice, This is a long story. He narrated everything from the beginning to the end. No one said anything because their minds were greatly impacted. Tang Zheng's words opened the door to a whole new world for them. They were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. They were shocked and captivated. For a moment, only the sound of their hearts beating violently and the fluctuating tide of their hearts could be heard. Huff, huff, huff. The sound of rapid breathing rose and fell one after another. Tang Zheng looked at them quietly. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was the first to react. He was filled with emotion as he said, I always thought that the saint realm was the limit. I never thought that my vision was so shallow. There are actually divine beings in this world. They can split the heavens and earth apart and create humans as easily as flipping their hands. Swoosh! As soon as his voice fell, a golden light shot up from Dizong of Goguryu's body. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His appearance was solemn. A huge golden shadow slowly rose from behind him and became bigger and bigger. Tang Zheng looked at this scene in surprise. Then he suddenly understood. Dizong of Goguryu's cultivation had been hovering in the same place. When he heard Tang Zheng's words, he suddenly saw the light. The door to a new world slowly opened in front of his eyes. At this moment, he had a new understanding of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. He had an epiphany. Golden Sanskrit characters fell from the sky. A burst of Sanskrit, sounds like rolling thunder, sounded in their ears. The Sanskrit characters fell from the top of everyone's heads and disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, everyone's mood gradually calmed down. Their faces were like still water. An unprecedented tranquility surrounded them. Tang Zheng was not affected. Dizong of Goguryo was also a Saint Realm cultivator. He was immune to Dizong of Goguryo's influence. However, the others were different. Even the Emperor of Heaven was no exception. Tang Zheng looked around. This group of people had witnessed this scene. It was really a rare opportunity. For a long time after this, they would benefit endlessly. Their cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Congratulations, Dizong of Goguryo. Tang Zheng congratulated. Dizong of Goguryo smiled, slightly. That solemn smile was deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was like a spring breeze. He chanted the name of Buddha high up in the sky. His voice seemed to be able to echo in the beam. Chapter 1831. Dizong of Goguryo had ascended to the sacred realm. Everyone was immersed in it and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. The saint realm was such an unreachable realm that one could only dream of. Even the celestial emperor was no exception. His eyes were filled with yearning and envy. Dizong of Goguryo looked solemn, but he was the calmest. He bowed deeply to Tang Zheng and said, "Tang Zheng, thank you." Tang Zheng didn't seem to have done anything, but the information he revealed was like a stepping stone that knocked down the barrier in Dizong of Goguryo's heart. It was as if a ray of sunlight had shone into his heart. Therefore, he had an epiphany. This was the mystery of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Everything was about opportunity, and everything depended on epiphany. There was no doubt that when Dizong of Goguryo created the Ksitigarbha Sutra, he certainly didn't expect this scene. He saw the suffering of the people in the world and didn't hesitate to create the Ksitigarbha Sutra with his great determination to go to hell. This scripture was a collection of great achievements. Perhaps even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva might not be able to fully comprehend the mysteries and mysteries contained within. This was a kind of Tao between heaven and earth. It had its own essence and profound meaning. The others finally came to their senses and congratulated him. The two sides had fought side by side many times, so they were not unfamiliar with each other. Dizong of Goguryo responded to them one by one. When everyone's mood gradually calmed down, they saw the devastation on the ground and the huge cave left behind after the loss of the Tree of Life. Everyone's hearts seemed to be pressed by a mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. Pairs of eyes converged on Tang Zheng's face. Dizong of Goguryo asked on behalf of everyone, "Tang Zheng, since Yuan Ying's avatar has gone to search for the Protoss, and the human world and the world of ghosts are in danger of being annihilated and collapsing at any time, what should we do?" Tang Zheng was the one with the highest cultivation and the one who knew the inside story the best. Naturally, all of this needed to be decided by him. Tang Zheng's gaze was deep, revealing the light of wisdom. If it was before, he had a different idea, but after seeing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's epiphany, he had a flash of inspiration and had a completely different idea. He said in a deep voice, whether it's the human world or the world of ghosts, there are hundreds of millions of people. We can't sit and wait. Even if these two worlds have become small worlds and are in danger of being annihilated at any time, we have to find a way to protect them. Everyone nodded and agreed. The key and difficulty was how to protect these two worlds. There were no signs of the annihilation of a small world, and it did not depend on one's will. The mystery behind it was something that no one could understand. Perhaps there was no mystery at all, and it was just a random phenomenon. Tang Zheng couldn't figure it out either, but he was not discouraged. He looked at the ninth heaven and said, "The human world is invaded by the divine race. This is something we didn't know, but since we know, we can't ignore it. Previously, I might have been lucky and didn't want to have too much to do with the divine race, because it represents too many unknowns. The unknown is fear. I can't avoid it, or my subconscious can't avoid it. In this aspect, I can't compare to Yuan Ying's doppelganger." Tang Zheng exposed his own shortcomings, causing those who heard him to be moved, and they all tried to console him. Tang Zheng waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. He continued, "But Dizong of Goguryu's epiphany opened my eyes and benefited me a lot. We are not always at the mercy of others. The divine race created us. They call themselves gods. To us, they are unreachable. In fact, that's not the case." Tang Zheng changed the topic and said, "Dizong of Goguryeo can have an epiphany. Yuan Ying's doppelganger can be promoted to the divine race. Why can't we? We were born as humans. Although we were created by the divine race, the wisdom and potential of human beings are infinite. How can we belittle ourselves? We can also be promoted and incarnate as gods. Our own gods, not some unreachable god. This god is to protect the human world and the ghost world from external enemies and destruction. Once our own god appears, it may be able to solve the danger of the small world's annihilation. After all, when the divine race created the human world, they directly defined it as a big world. Can a new god do this?" Boom. These words were like a clap of thunder and a wave of anger that swept through everyone's hearts. It deeply shocked and stimulated everyone. Everyone's expression changed again and again. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes revealed a thought-provoking and complicated look. Everyone was thinking and debating. How feasible were these words? Although it was too incredible when it came from Tang Zheng's mouth. Everyone stared at his serious and confident face, and they could not help but believe it a little more in their hearts. Dizong of Goguryeo said thoughtfully, "You have saved the human world and the ghost world many times. If there is anyone in the world who is qualified to be a god, and the person who is most likely to be promoted to god, it is naturally you." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they stared at Tang Zheng with burning eyes. Their gazes were as if they had seen a treasure, and they nodded in agreement. "Yes, Tang Zheng, you are our god. You have saved us countless times, saved this world countless times. If the god race created this world, then you are the one who saved this world. Therefore, you are a god. You are our god." As soon as these words came out, the crowd gathered and the shouts were earth-shattering. "You are our god." Tang Zheng was startled and was at a loss. He just put forward a point, but he did not expect everyone to push him to the altar. Dizong of Goguryeo said in a deep voice, "You said that by collecting the power of faith, you can be promoted to God. That is what the heavenly axiom did, but he did not have the support of the people, so he naturally failed. But you are different. You are worshipped and loved by hundreds of millions of creatures. This power of faith comes from the bottom of your heart, and you do not use all kinds of conventional tricks and means. You should enjoy this power of faith and be promoted to God. Emperor of Heaven, looked excited. He was witnessing history. Although he had no hope of being promoted to God, he still said excitedly, "We can build an altar, build a golden body, and gather your power of faith." Build an altar, build a golden body. The others echoed. Tang Zheng looked at everyone's sincere eyes and could not refute. Yuan Ying's clone relied on crooked ways to integrate the power of the heavenly realm and the tree of life to be promoted to God. Then he took another path and directly used the power of faith to be promoted to God. Perhaps this was the real way to be promoted to God. After all, the heavenly axiom had chosen this path, and the heavenly axiom had been in contact with God before, so he understood God best. Tang Zheng was speechless for a long time, just as he did not know how to answer. Suddenly, a mysterious power floated up from everyone's body. It was like wisps of green smoke that floated between heaven and earth. Tang Zheng was not unfamiliar with this. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "The power of faith." He had seen the power of faith of the heavenly axiom before, but it paled in comparison. This was the power of faith that came from the bottom of the heart, while the heavenly axiom obtained the power of faith through all kinds of tricks to win over people's hearts. There was a big difference between the two. The power of faith floated between heaven and earth. Suddenly, it surged wildly like a tornado and rushed toward Tang Zheng. Chapter 1832. When everyone saw this change, they were incomparably focused. Their eyes widened, not knowing what to do. They couldn't see the power of faith, but they knew that this change was definitely not simple. After the power of faith was injected, Tang Zheng's aura stabilized, but when they looked at him again, they found that he had become somewhat illusory. Moreover, when they looked at him, there was a kind of reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. Dizong of Goguryu's eyes lit up, seeing the clues, and said, "Are you moving towards the God race?" Tang Zheng took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He also didn't expect that his suggestion would cause such a big change. To him, this was a great opportunity, not inferior to Dizong of Goguryu's epiphany in the slightest. He met the gaze of Dizong of Goguryo and everyone else nodding and saying, "Yes." Waves of power of faith flew out from your bodies. And after it was finished, it was as if I was enlightened, merging into my body and mind, resulting in this change. My godhood is forming bit by bit. Godhood? Everyone was puzzled. It was the first time they heard this term. Tang Zheng explained, "This is also something that I comprehended after fusing with the power of faith just now. Godhood is the most important thing to a God race, just like a human's heart related to the life and death of a God race, as well as the strength of a God race." So that's how it was. Everyone looked as if they had suddenly understood. Godhood is related to the life and death of a God race. You're saying that the God race can also die? Dizong of Goguryu's fiery eyes directly pointed out the key point. The God race can also die. Everyone's spirits were shaken, and their eyes lit up. If this was true, then the God race was not scary. As long as they could die, then there was a way to make them die, and also a way to defeat the God race. Tang Zheng nodded his head. This was what he had comprehended after fusing with the power of faith. He said with certainty, "Yes, the God race is indeed powerful. The lifespan of the God race is almost immortal, but the God race can also be killed. The God race can also fall, just like mortals. It's just not that easy." These words were like a cardiac stimulant that was quickly, fiercely, and accurately injected into the hearts of everyone, stimulating the unyielding will and high fighting spirit in their hearts. Facing the crowd, Tang Zheng decided to share what he had just comprehended. The Godhead is condensed bit by bit, and when the Godhead is fully condensed, it will be the day of the celestial race's ascension. The heavenly Tao must have also condensed a portion of the divine deity, but it did not truly succeed, so it gave up halfway. The power of faith helps me condense the Godhead, which is the key to helping me become a god. Everyone gradually understood. The Emperor of Heaven said impatiently, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's build the altar, mold the golden body, and quickly help you condense the divinity and become a god." That's right, that's the most important thing. What's next is our top priority. Now that everyone had reached a consensus, Tang Zheng had nothing to do with it. After experiencing this great battle, the human heart had become more and more fragile, and it was precisely the time when they needed to find spiritual comfort and faith. Thus, when the altars rose from the ground, and the golden bodies stood proudly, countless people came one after another, almost breaking the threshold of the altars. The altars rose like bamboo shoots after the rain in the world's isolation. Not only Huaxia, but all of humanity had built altars. Of course, the altars in the ruins of the Tree of Life were the most majestic and spectacular. The Tree of Life was no longer there, so the altars rose from the ground. Humans believed that the altars could protect the human world and replace the role of the Tree of Life. Not only that, under the command of Dizang of Goguryeo, altars also appeared in the ghost realm. Li Xiaotian, as the representative of the ghost realm, was the main force in building the altars in the ghost realm. She was an excellent manager and organizer. The altars in the ghost realm were even more spectacular and majestic than those in the human world. When Tang Zheng saw it, even he himself felt a kind of worship and reverence. Of course, the effect was outstanding. The world was safe for the time being. Tang Zheng didn't have to run around, and there was a steady stream of faith flying in from all directions at home all day long. After integrating more and more faith, his divinity became more and more stable. This was the most relaxing time for him since he embarked on the road of cultivation. He could accompany his family wholeheartedly, especially after Fang Shishir became pregnant. This kind of companionship became particularly important. Looking at Fang Shishir's belly growing bigger day by day, the subtle feeling of being a father made him very excited. It was no less wonderful than the feeling of integrating the faith. Fang Shishir's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and the day of childbirth was approaching. This feeling was particularly strong, and there was also a kind of fear and anxiety. Even when facing a strong enemy, or when the world was ending, he didn't have this kind of feeling. However, the peaceful days eventually came to an end. Before he could wait for the child to be born, the news that the Emperor of Heaven had been seriously injured came like a heavy bomb, which made him shocked and angry. The Emperor of Heaven's job now was not only to cultivate, but also to run around between the various altars. Unknowingly, the Emperor of Heaven had been worshipped as the high priest. He was the person with the greatest power and the highest status in the altars, except for Tang Zheng, the god. Tang Zheng knew about this. After all, the Emperor of Heaven's cultivation was high. If he showed a few miracles, it was enough to convince the world. The Emperor of Heaven ran around the altars and gained a lot. Although he couldn't have an epiphany like the Dizang of Goguryeo and advance to the sage realm, he had a deeper understanding of cultivation. As a result, his cultivation base had soared, and he was already half a step into the saint realm. He only needed one more step before he would be able to achieve great success. It could be said that an expert of this realm had been seriously injured. It was shocking news. This was the human world. Could there be a second person with sage realm cultivation? Impossible. The heavenly Tao had been eliminated, and Yuan Ying's doppelganger had gone to find the God clan. How could there be such an expert? There must be a demon when things are abnormal. Tang Zheng realized that the situation had changed, so when he heard the news, he hurried to the altar where the accident happened. This altar was on the ruins of the Tree of Life. Tang Zheng's speed was faster than any plane. With a thought, he disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at the site of the accident. A towering altar stood on top of the ruins. The original appearance of the ruins had been deliberately preserved so that humans could experience the thrilling and tragic battle of that time. There was a tall staircase on the altar that led to the top of the altar. At the top of the staircase was a golden statue of Tang Zheng. It was where people worshipped. As for the tall staircase, it was to test and sharpen people's hearts. When they climbed the long staircase, their reverence and worship for Tang Zheng had risen to the peak. Then, when they worshipped the golden statue, the power of faith gushed out like a torrential river. This was the result of the discussion between Li Xiaotian and the Emperor of Heaven, but the effect was good. Chapter 1833. In a flash, Tang Zheng had already reached the top of the altar. It was a mess, clearly a sign of the aftermath of a great battle. The most important thing was that his tall golden body seemed to have been carved by knives and axes, leaving many deep and shallow gullies. It was unknown what kind of magical weapon had injured him. This place had already become empty, except for a person on the ground. Emperor of Heaven. He was lying on the ground, dying. His eyes were dim and his breath was weak. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Emperor of Heaven also saw Tang Zheng. He raised his eyelids with difficulty and weakly shouted, "Tang Zheng." Tang Zheng's face was as calm as water. He put his finger on Emperor of Heaven's shoulder. Immediately, his body's condition appeared in his mind like a direct image. What a heavy injury! Tang Zheng did not expect that Emperor of Heaven would be injured so heavily. How strong was the enemy? His gaze subconsciously looked around, trying to find traces of the enemy. He's gone. The celestial arch sighed as he guessed his thoughts. Who injured you? Emperor of Heaven shook his head. I don't know either. Huh. Tang Zheng stared at him with a burning gaze. He understood and asked, You don't know either? Yes, a mysterious person who came and went without a trace suddenly appeared on the altar. Tang Zheng's heart thumped. There must be a demon behind this abnormal matter. This matter was thought-provoking and unusual. I'll heal you first. Tang Zheng did not ask any more questions. A majestic power surged into Emperor of Heaven's body like a torrential river. Immediately, his originally withered body quickly filled up. The damaged meridians and bones were repaired little by little. After a while, Emperor of Heaven's eyes were filled with vitality again. Tang Zheng stopped. Tang Zheng, I'm really useless, Emperor of Heaven said with annoyance. Tang Zheng waved his hand and asked, Tell me the whole story in detail. The Emperor of Heaven nodded and began to explain the sequence of events in detail. As the high priest, one of the daily tasks of the Emperor of Heaven was to patrol the various altars. Coincidentally, he was patrolling the area today. He saw that there was a person on the altar whose whereabouts were very strange. He stepped forward to find out what was going on, but before he could say anything, the other party suddenly attacked. With the cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven, even if the enemy suddenly attacked, they would not be able to hurt him. However, there was an exception this time. The Emperor of Heaven fought back, but he was still heavily injured. He couldn't fight back at all. It was like a baby facing an adult. This feeling made the Emperor of Heaven feel a great sense of defeat. It turned out that he had cultivated his entire life, but in the end, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. After hearing this, Tang Zheng frowned and asked, Based on your senses, what is this person's cultivation? The Emperor of Heaven hesitated and said, In any case, it's higher than me. Could it be the Saint Realm? Saint Realm? Tang Zheng hesitated and finally shook his head. Maybe not. What? Not the Saint Realm? The Emperor of Heaven's mind exploded as a chilling thought appeared. He stammered, If he's not the saint realm, could it be the god race? God race. These two words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in the air. It stirred up people's hearts and made them sway, unable to calm down for a long time. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. This was the situation he didn't want to see the most, but it still happened. A pressure as heavy as Mount Tai hit him in the face, making his mood particularly heavy. The Emperor of Heaven stared at him without blinking, wanting to get a definite answer from him. No matter what the other party's cultivation is, in short, big trouble is coming. Tang Zheng wasn't sure and could only say so. The Emperor of Heaven's temples throbbed fiercely. Although Tang Zheng said it clearly, it was most likely the same as his guess. The Emperor of Heaven nodded heavily and asked, "Then what do we do next?" Tang Zheng's eyes flashed. "Find him. No matter who he is, he hurt you. I must find him and settle this account. Yes, I'll give the order. I remembered that person's appearance. Now that your believers are all over the world, it's equivalent to an inescapable net. I don't believe he can hide," the Emperor of Heaven said with certainty. "After you find him, don't act rashly." "Understood." The celestial emperor hesitated for a moment before asking, "When did you cross that threshold?" "What threshold?" Of course, it was the god race. Tang Zheng had fused with the power of faith and advanced to the god race. Everyone had spent so much effort to build altars and golden bodies all over the world. Wasn't it all for Tang Zheng to advance to the god race? Tang Zheng understood and said, "This matter can't be done overnight. So the road ahead is long and you still need to work hard." The Emperor of Heaven wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit and said, "At worst, we'll build more altars and golden bodies. I don't believe that you can advance to the god race with the power of the world." The Emperor of Heaven's conviction became more and more firm. Tang Zheng didn't object. His gaze fell on the wounds on the golden body and said, "I'll go first." The Emperor of Heaven saw that his mind was fluctuating and advised, "Don't panic. Even if you really are a god race, it's not scary." Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile and said, "I won't panic. Don't worry." In the following days, Tang Zheng ran all over the world, searching for traces of the mysterious master. But the other parties seemed to have disappeared from the world, and there was no more news. A question lingered in Tang Zheng's mind. Was the other party a god race? If he was a god race, why would he come to the human world? The god race had disappeared for so many years. Why would they suddenly visit? Was it because of Yuan Ying's doppelganger? There could only be one reason. It must be that Yuan Ying's doppelganger found the god race, and then something happened. That was why the god race followed the clues and visited the human world. But Yuan Ying's doppelganger had already left. Tang Zheng couldn't confront him and figure out the reason. He could only sigh. Yuan Ying's doppelganger, if you don't stop, don't harm the human world. This incident was like a small episode. It didn't disturb the human world. Instead, more and more altars sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. On the contrary, the world of spirits and souls ushered in a crisis. It was just that no one noticed. As the world of spirits and souls, Li Xiaotian could move freely between the human world and the world of spirits and souls. She cultivated the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Her comprehension was excellent, so she had several epiphanies and gained a lot. Now, she could be considered a real master. Since building the altars in the world of spirits and souls, she was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to let Tang Zheng ascend to the god race as soon as possible, because that was the man she loved. She was supervising the construction of a new altar. Suddenly, she saw a new figure on the scene. This person was out of place with the surrounding environment. because this was the world of spirits and souls. It was lifeless, but this person was full of vitality, as dazzling as the sun in the darkness. A living person actually appeared in the world of spirits and souls. How could Li Xiaotian not be surprised? After all, this person wasn't like her, a world of spirits and souls walker, who could come and go freely in the world of spirits and souls. Who was this person? Chapter 1834. Li Xiaotian stopped a step away from the stranger and sized him up. She could confirm that he was a living person. She had been busy with the ghost festival and did not know that the Emperor of Heaven had been attacked. Who are you? The other party did not pay any attention to Li Xiaotian, and she could not help but ask. Hearing her voice, the other party looked up and asked, "Are you in charge of this place?" "Yes, a mere mortal dares to build an altar and receive worship." The other party said with disdain. That kind of arrogance and disdain came from his bones. Li Xiaotian frowned, knowing that this person did not come with good intentions. Tang Zheng was her beloved man, and this person dared to slander him. Her heart was filled with anger. That is because he made a corresponding contribution and saved the world. Naturally, he would receive worship. This comes from the bottom of everyone's heart. Li Xiaotian explained, saying so much. Aren't you still immortal? The other party said disdainfully. Li Xiaotian's two delicate eyebrows were completely twisted together. This person repeatedly mentioned mortals as if he was not a mortal but a high and mighty god. This made her even angrier, and she angrily said, "Others are mortals. Are you a god? You dare to boast so shamelessly." The person raised his head high and looked down at Li Xiaotian, saying resolutely, "I am a god." "What?" Li Xiaotian pricked up her ears, thinking that she had misheard. She tried to recall and confirmed that she had not heard wrong. Immediately, she was stunned. She looked at this person in disbelief and stammered, "You are a god?" The person did not say anything, but his arrogant appearance said everything. He had tacitly agreed. Hiss! Li Xiaotian sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at this person in shock. She was so scared that she took a step back. Li Xiaotian's courage was big, but she was still scared to the point of taking a step back. It could be seen how shocked she was. This person did not care about Li Xiaotian's reaction at all. He seemed to be lost in his memories and said, "Humans were created by us, but they actually dared to dream of ascending the altar. Hee, how bold. What is a god? They are high and mighty, and humans can only worship them, not replace them and join the camp of God." His gaze landed on the divine altar, and he said, "This divine altar is treason and heresy. What is the need for it to exist?" Whoosh! He waved a hand through the air, and the divine altar collapsed with a resounding boom. A series of anguished howls rang out as countless netherworldly citizens were crushed under the rubble. Li Xiaotian shouted, "What are you doing?" She recklessly attacked the other party, although she knew that the other party was a god, and she was definitely no match for him. He was destroying the great cause of her beloved. No matter what, she couldn't sit back and do nothing. In the past, when she faced such a strong enemy, she would definitely run away at the first opportunity. She wouldn't try to hit a rock with an egg. Now, she was completely different. In addition, there were so many beings of the ghost world who worshipped Tang Zheng from the bottom of their hearts. She couldn't abandon them. If she really left, then she would not only destroy her own reputation. To be honest, she didn't care what others thought of her, nor did she care about her reputation. She only cared about one person, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's reputation was more important than her life. She couldn't let the faith in the hearts of the netherworldly citizens collapse. The other party stretched out his hand and grabbed her gently. Li Xiaotian couldn't move. She flew up high like a kite and was suspended in the air. What kind of divine altar is this? It's more like an altar. You can just be a sacrifice. Li Xiaotian struggled with all her might, but it was to no avail. She slowly flew above the ruins of the divine altar. The beings of the ghost world looked at this scene and seemed to have forgotten their pain. They forgot to scream as they realized what was about to happen. Li Xiaotian's life was at stake. Li Xiaotian felt the blood in her body speed up as a vigorous energy flowed through her meridians. This was not her energy, but an external force. This external force would crush every single one of her blood vessels and meridians. She would explode. She looked up in despair at the dark sky as if she wanted to see through the barrier of space and see her beloved Tang Zheng again. My love, farewell. We'll meet again in the next life. I'll be your love again. Her eyes gradually became firm. There was no fear. Instead, there was a strong confidence and a little madness. She stared straight at the other party and said, "You said that mortals can't become gods. Let me tell you, you're wrong. Facts will prove you wrong. Gods aren't always high and mighty. Mortals can become gods too, because we're humans. Everything is possible." This seemed to be her final declaration. It cleansed the hearts of the people and echoed in the hearts of the beings of the ghost world. It was like the sound of Sanskrit enlightening even the deaf. At this moment, her image in everyone's mind changed drastically. She was incomparably tall and mighty. Even if she was controlled by others and her life was at stake, it couldn't change this. Little bits of golden light floated from her body. Lines of Sanskrit flew up from the top of her head. Bursts of Sanskrit fell from the sky and shrouded the ruins of the divine altar. Li Xiaotian cultivated the Ksitigarbha Sutra and improved very quickly. Of course, she couldn't compare to Tang Zheng and the Dizang of Goguryeo, but she was much more powerful than other beings of the ghost world. The Dizang of Goguryeo had already spread the Ksitigarbha Sutra throughout the ghost world. Every resident of the ghost world could cultivate and comprehend the Ksitigarbha Sutra. They were all affected. Their minds were undistracted as they chanted Sanskrit. It echoed the Sanskrit that fell from the sky. The world turned golden. There was no longer the cold and terrifying aura of the ghost world. There was only a solemn warmth. The person looked at Li Xiaotian in surprise and said, "Strange, you can still break through at this point. What kind of technique is this?" No one answered him. Li Xiaotian also felt the change in herself. She had an epiphany. This kind of opportunity could only be encountered and not sought. She had an epiphany at the moment of life and death. However, it didn't have much effect. The other party was a god. Her epiphany wasn't his match. She still enjoyed this kind of epiphany very much. This proved her strength, and also proved that the principle she firmly believed in was not wrong. Humans could become gods. Humans were not afraid of heaven, earth, and of course, gods. Even if you don't tell me, I will find a way to find out. To be honest, the fact that humans can create such a technique is really beyond my expectations. The technique that the God clan left for you was already considered an extreme technique. You can still break through and create new techniques. His tone changed and became incomparably cold. But what's the use of this? You're still a mere mortal. After the person expressed his surprise, he returned to normal. He didn't put Li Xiaotian in his eyes and slowly retracted his fingers. Great pain came from all over her body. Li Xiaotian knew that her time was up, but she still smiled and muttered to herself, "Ninth grade Mahayana. I didn't expect to reach this realm before I die. I can die in peace." Crack, crack, crack. Her bones cracked and her meridians ruptured. Blood was seeping out from her skin. In a short while, she became a bloody person, but there was still a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were bright like spring. Chapter 1835. Li Xiaotian was on the verge of death. As she was dying, she saw a figure in the dark horizon. Golden light bloomed, and this person was like a golden man. Heaven and earth were bathed in golden light, dispelling the darkness of the ghost realm. It made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, and their hearts were clear. A burst of Sanskrit fell from the sky. The sound was clear and pleasant, making people feel relaxed and happy. The God clan also noticed this. He slowly turned his head and looked over casually. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Not only humans, but even the ghost realm has such a big change. There's actually such a master. The God clan exclaimed, and there was a strange light in his eyes. Dizong of Goguryeo is the lord of the ghost realm. You are stirring up trouble in the ghost realm. How can the Dizong of Goguryeo allow you to do whatever you want? Li Xiaotian used the last of her strength to say, Dizong of Goguryeo. The God clan repeated it a few times, and there was a suspicious look in his eyes. He said, Isn't the lord of the ghost realm one of the 10 Yama kings? How did it become the Dizong of Goguryeo? Obviously, the God clan knew the ghost realm very well, but that was all history. The God clan was still in the dark about the current situation of the ghost realm. Li Xiaotian sneered and did not comment, but the mocking look in her eyes was enough to explain everything. The God clan was looked down upon, and he was furious. He said, So what if it's the Dizong of Goguryeo? Isn't he just like an ant? What can he do? He did not put Kittagarbha Bodhisattva in his eyes at all. Naturally, he did not know about Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's experience. His declaration that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty shook the deaf and enlightened the deaf, moving all who heard it. You don't believe it? Then I will let you witness his death with your own eyes. At that time, you will know what a real God clan is. The God clan suddenly withdrew his supernatural power. Li Xiaotian softly fell to the ground. With his last breath, he listlessly watched the God clan rise into the sky. Dizong of Goguryeo descended from the sky and locked onto the Protoss. There was such a huge commotion in the ghost realm that even the altars were destroyed. As the lord of the ghost realm, how could he not know? He rushed over without stopping, but he was still a step too late. When he saw Li Xiaotian covered in blood, his heartstrings trembled. There was no doubt about Li Xiaotian's position in Tang Zheng's heart. If anything happened to her, Dizong of Goguryeo, the lord of the world of spirits and souls, would also be blamed. Moreover, Li Xiaotian was the world of spirits and souls traveler, and she was taught by Dizong of Goguryeo. Dizong of Goguryeo had always looked at her in a new light and had a lot of expectations. Naturally, he did not want to see anything happen to her. Who dares to break into the world of spirits and souls to stir up trouble? Dizong of Goguryeo questioned loudly. The God clan stopped in front of Dizong of Goguryeo, looked at him overbearingly, and asked, You are Dizong of Goguryeo? Yes. Dizong of Goguryeo stared at the God clan with bright eyes, trying to find some clues from him. He did not see much useful information, but the mysterious aura of the God clan made his heartstrings tremble, because this aura was unprecedented, but it was very mysterious and powerful. Dizong of Goguryeo was experienced and knowledgeable, and now that he had the cultivation of the Saint Realm, he dared to underestimate the God clan. This was an instinctive feeling. Dizong of Goguryeo was very convinced. Who are you? Dizong of Goguryeo asked. The God clan smiled coldly, like a cold wind blowing from a world of ice and snow to freeze people's bodies. Who am I? I am the lord of this world. The God clan opened his arms and said, arrogantly, The lord of this world. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva frowned. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind, giving him a fright. Could he be? Dizong of Goguryeo did not dare to continue thinking. Li Xiaotian said weakly, "He is a god clan, our enemy." God clan. These two words were like a bolt from the blue, confirming Dizong of Goguryeo's conjecture. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, and his eyes widened as he looked at the god clan again. God clan. Dizong of Goguryeo knew about the god clan not long ago. He did not expect to see a god clan standing in front of him so soon. This was too much of a coincidence. If it were not for Tang Zheng's reminder, he would not have known about the existence of the god clan, let alone the strength of the god clan. He would not have had an epiphany and advanced to the saint realm by chance. The god clan did not mind revealing his identity. He looked at Dizong of Goguryeo arrogantly and said, "Now you know fear?" Dizong of Goguryeo's eyes gradually became firm, and his whole body shone with golden light. He said, "Fear or not is just a psychological effect. It doesn't mean anything." Ha ha, twisting words and forcing logic. "Then I'll see how strong you are as the lord of the ghost realm." The god clan smiled contemptuously and flew lightly toward Dizong of Goguryeo. Whoosh! The golden light converged, and a golden lotus grew beneath Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat on top of it, with his eyes closed. Golden light bloomed from his body, transforming into a golden light shield in front of him. Boom! An invisible force was like a surging tide, directly hitting the golden light. The golden light trembled, and cracks appeared. Crack! Suddenly, the golden light shattered, and the god clan rushed straight in, directly in front of Dizong of Goguryeo. Dizong of Goguryeo was still as immovable as a mountain, sitting upright on the lotus platform. His fingers moved quickly, and a golden light fell from the sky with bursts of Sanskrit chants, and fell on the god clan's head. The god clan stopped and looked up at the sky. That golden light contained a terrifying power. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. The god clan flicked his sleeve, and a majestic energy soared into the sky to meet that golden light. With a loud bang, the golden light collapsed. However, the bursts of Sanskrit chants in the sky did not diminish, but became more and more intense. Only this sound was left in the world. At that moment, Dizong of Goguryeo suddenly opened his eyes, and both of his eyes turned golden. A golden kasaya was draped over his body, fluttering in the wind. Dizong of Goguryeo stood with one palm in front of him, chanting the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and finally softly spat out 3 words, "Buddha's palm." These 4 words seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, as heavy as Mount Tai. The god clan did not understand the profound meaning, but when these 4 words were spoken, the aura between heaven and earth had a subtle change. This did not escape the god clan's senses. His eyes narrowed into thin lines, and he looked around. The change in the aura made him not dare to underestimate it. This change was too magical. He never expected such a change in the ghost realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew down from the 9th heaven like an angry dragon descending from the sky. The destructive momentum made heaven and earth become dead silent. All the living creatures crawled on the ground, unable to stand up at all. Li Xiaotian lay on the ground tightly, and an instinctive fear rose from the depths of his heart. Li Xiaotian, who was not afraid of anything, was actually scared. This showed how powerful this change was. Between heaven and earth, only 2 figures were still standing upright. Dizong of Goguryeo sat on the lotus throne. The god clan stood proudly, looking up at the sky. He finally found the source of all these changes from the 9th heaven, the chaotic sky. A golden light appeared above the 9th heaven, and the golden light fell down at an extremely fast speed, gradually becoming bigger. The God Clan's pupils shrank, and he finally saw clearly that it was a palm. The palm was very small at first, but as it got closer and closer, the palm quickly became bigger. Chapter 1836. When the Buddha's palm fell, everything in the world seemed to be turned into dust. Boom! The ruins of the altar were the first to succumb to this terrifying power. Crack! Huge cracks appeared in the ruins, like pythons spreading rapidly in all directions. With a loud noise, a huge palm print was imprinted on the altar. In midair, the god race fell. A terrifying force pressed him down towards the ruins of the altar. The god race flew into a rage, realizing the power of the Buddha's palm. Was this really an attack from the Mahayana realm? It caused him to lose his mind. A burst of Sanskrit chants attacked his soul, especially the Buddha's palm, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. However, he was a god race after all. He let out a sharp whistle, rushed into the sky, and faced the Buddha's palm. The Buddha's palm flickered with golden light, and a huge Buddha appeared behind Dizang of Goguryeo. The Buddha's palm seemed to be the hand of the Buddha, lightly patting down. The air exploded, and the clouds were torn into pieces. The beings of the world of spirits and souls had already retreated far away, not daring to get close. The Buddha's palm could easily suppress them, so they did not dare to have any thoughts of being rash. Li Xiaotian escaped from death, and acted according to the situation, retreating to the outermost periphery. She was not afraid of death. She already had the will to die. However, she was not a stupid person and would not make unnecessary sacrifices. She looked at Dizang of Goguryeo from time to time, and then looked at the god race. Her eyes flashed, and she turned to leave. No one noticed her, and she did not look for a place to escape in the world of spirits and souls. She opened the ghost gate, jumped, and left the world of spirits and souls. Dizang of Goguryeo knew everything in the world of spirits and souls, and from the corner of his eye, he saw what Li Xiaotian did, and a meaningful smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let me hold off the divines for a while. Dizang of Goguryeo was firm in his conviction. He recited the Kitagarbha Sutra faster and faster. The scriptures fell from the sky like a golden downpour. The celestial finally rushed to the front of the Buddha's palm. With one of his feet facing upwards, he lifted his leg high into the air. The wind changed color, and a violent gale blew. A black cloud floated out of nowhere and turned into a giant foot, colliding with the Buddha's palm. One palm, one foot, one gold, one black, they were clearly separated. In the next second, the sound between heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only two balls of light that exploded, shooting out dazzling light in all directions. The ground was riddled with holes, as if it had been hit by a meteor shower. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, golden light and black clouds intertwined within it. They soared into the sky as if they were going to break through the 9 heavens. The sound of heaven and earth was restored. The loud, rumbling sound impacted everyone's eardrums, causing everyone to cover their ears and look up at the sky in panic. They were looking for Dizang of Goguryeo. Dizang of Goguryeo was the backbone of the world of spirits and souls. As long as he was there, everyone's will would not collapse. Dizang of Goguryeo was still in midair, but the golden Buddha behind him had disappeared. Dizang of Goguryeo's eyebrows were lowered, and his palms were clasped together. The specific situation could not be seen clearly. The celestial was still submerged in the mushroom cloud, and had yet to appear. Crack! A crack appeared in the mushroom cloud, and the celestial's battered figure rushed out from it. The mushroom cloud rumbled and exploded, turning into airflow that spread all over the sky. The celestial was flustered and exasperated. He was no longer as calm as before. He stared fiercely at Dizang of Goguryeo. He was both angry and fearful. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was merely a mortal, yet he was able to successfully contend against him. If he had not put aside his prejudice at the last moment and fought back with all his might, he was afraid that he would have fallen into the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's trap. If he had failed miserably, he did not know how the other clansmen would ridicule him. This would be a stain on his life, and he would never be able to turn over it. Dizang of Goguryeo looked calm. He was not surprised to see the celestial escape. Because the other party was a celestial, anything was possible. He had comprehended the move Buddha's palm, which was already rare and valuable. It was a great fortune, but if he wanted to use this move to defeat the celestial, he knew that he was still lacking. Dizang of Goguryeo, what a good move Buddha's palm. It really opened my eyes. The celestial gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He had long lost his demeanor, and his arrogance was completely defeated by the Buddha's palm. Amitabha. Dizang of Goguryeo chanted the name of Buddha and said regretfully, "The celestial is the celestial after all." The celestial raised his head proudly and said triumphantly, "Of course, do you really want to defeat me with this move? You're dreaming." Why did the celestial deign to come to the ghost realm? Dizang of Goguryeo seemed to have given up on fighting and asked curiously, if the most powerful Buddha's palm could not defeat the other party, what was the point of fighting? The celestial is naturally in the celestial realm. As for why we came here, we created all living beings in the human world and the ghost realm. This is our territory, so why can't we come? The celestial questioned. Dizang of Goguryeo remained calm and collected, but the other beings in the ghost realm heard this for the first time. They were shocked and began to discuss. The celestial looked down at the beings and said discontentedly, "We have been away from the celestial realm for too long. You have all forgotten your origins and even dared to fight against the celestial realm. Now that we are back, you will experience the power of the celestial realm." Dizang of Goguryeo's heart moved and said, "The celestial realm lives in the celestial realm all year round and disdains our world. Why did you come back at this time? Is it because someone broke into the celestial realm?" The celestial realm's eyelids twitched a few times, as if his thoughts had been exposed. But he immediately returned to normal and laughed disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, nonsense. The celestial realm is high and mighty. Without the permission of the celestial realm, who can break into the celestial realm?" Dizang of Goguryeo's eyes flashed with a golden light as he caught the subtle change of the celestial realm. He confirmed his guess and said, "Of course, ordinary people can't break into the celestial realm, but if it's a new celestial realm, can it?" The celestial realm almost blurted out, "How do you know?" But he stopped in time and looked at Dizang of Goguryeo in shock. Dizang of Goguryeo smiled and said, "I'm not wrong, am I?" The celestial realm's gaze drifted and fell on the ruins of the altar where the big palm was. There was a statue on the altar, and it was a statue of Tangjung. The celestial realm was no stranger to the person on the statue. That face made the entire celestial realm furious, and they sent him down to investigate the cause and effect. When he arrived in the human world, he saw the altar and the statue. He thought he understood the cause and effect. The guy who broke into the celestial realm merged the power of faith of the human world and the ghost world, and then broke through the gap between the human world and the celestial realm. The people in the human world and the ghost world were accomplices of that guy. So, the celestial realm didn't ask any more questions. He directly started a massacre and destroyed the altar. The celestial realm didn't know that the guy who broke into the celestial realm was Tang Zheng's Yuanying doppelganger, and Tang Zheng, who absorbed the power of faith of the people, was not Yuanying's doppelganger. The celestial realm hesitated for a long time. Since Dizong of Goguryeo knew so much, why not open a gap from him? Maybe he could fill in the details of the cause and effect and really restore the truth. Chapter 1837. The giant statue behind the divine being was solemn and dignified, like an incomparably tall and majestic mountain, suppressing everyone's hearts. Statue of God. Dizong of Goguryeo was shocked and seemed to have understood something. The reason why the divine race was called the divine race was probably related to that statue of God. Dizong of Goguryeo guessed correctly. The divine race could activate the power of God and create their own statue of God. Its pressure was unparalleled, and no one below the divine race could shake or go against it. This was what the Protoss relied on, and what gave them the right to be high and mighty. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone in the ghost world knelt down in front of the statue of God. When the divine race did not activate the statue of God, they could still resist the supreme pressure, but once the statue appeared, no one could resist it. Dizong of Goguryeo chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and golden light shone from his body. A golden light rose behind him and turned into a giant Buddha, like a statue of God. The divine race looked at it in disdain and said, "How can this be compared to the divine skills of the divine race? Break." The divine race roared, and it was like rolling thunder from the 9 heavens. The statue moved and grabbed at the giant Buddha statue. Its speed was not fast, but its divine power was invincible. Dizong of Goguryeo felt his body tighten, as if his internal organs and bones were about to be crushed by this power. Crack, crack, crack. The giant Buddha statue made a series of crisp sounds, as if it was about to fall apart and disintegrate. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva activated the Ksitigarbha Sutra with all his might. Lines of Sanskrit flew out from his mouth and transformed into a golden kasaya that fluttered in the air and draped itself over the Buddha statue. The giant Buddha statue shone with golden light, and the cracking sounds disappeared. It moved its muscles and bones and flew out from behind Dizong of Goguryeo and slapped the statue with its huge palm. Buddha's palm. The power of this palm was not inferior to the previous one, and it made people hold their breaths in awe. Break! The divine race roared again, and the statue waved its fist, one fist and one palm, colliding with each other. In an instant, there was only this palm and fist left in the world, and nothing else. Everyone felt insignificant, as if they were nothing but air, insignificant. Poof! Poof! Countless beings of the ghost world coughed up blood and fell to the ground, dying. Boom! A burst of golden light shot up into the sky, and the great Buddha statue disappeared. The statue had become much fainter, but it still stood proudly. Puff! Dizong of Goguryeo also spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the statue in horror and despair. Since the great Buddha statue was unable to contend against the God statue, they had completely lost their support in this battle. Defeated. Dizong of Goguryeo's eyes dimmed. He had intended to compete with the gods, but now it seemed that he was only in the Mahayana realm and could not fight against the true gods. The Celestial was proud of himself as he flew towards Dizong of Goguryeo. The statue of the Celestial was following closely behind. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Boom, boom. The ground caved in, unable to bear the pressure of the divine statue. Many beings of the ghost world were turned into meat patties. It was a mess and incomparably miserable. Dizong of Goguryeo was helpless. He could only put his hands together and chant sutras to release these innocent souls. The Celestial looked down at Dizong of Goguryeo from above and said, "Mortals must have their own awareness. Without awareness, only death awaits." Dizong of Goguryeo smiled and said, "Mortals can also become gods." Someone has already done this. It's useless for you to deny it. The days of the gods have come to an end. You're courting death. The celestial flew into a rage and struck out with his palm. Before his palm even reached Dizong of Goguryeo, he was already like a kite with a broken string. His chest caved in as he flew into the distance and landed in the ruins. The celestial said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "That black sheep that sneaked into the celestial army, we will definitely cut him into 8 pieces and burn his bones to ashes." This was a tacit acknowledgement of Dizong of Goguryeo's words. Dizong of Goguryeo smiled with relief, completely forgetting the pain all over his body. Tang Zheng's Yuanying doppelganger really did go to the celestial realm and gave the celestial realm a headache. "Ha ha, Tang Zheng, you really helped us vent our anger." Dizong of Goguryeo laughed. The celestial was stunned and asked, "Tang Zheng is that guy? You seem to be very familiar with him. Tell me everything you know." The celestial had always wanted to know the ins and outs of the matter. Hearing Dizong of Goguryeo mention it, he naturally couldn't wait to ask clearly. "Aren't you a god? Why ask me? Find out for yourself." Dizong of Goguryeo ridiculed. The celestial was unable to restrain his anger. "You dare to hide it from the celestial race. Let's see how you can hide it." He pretended to grab Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, but the statue behind him decisively grabbed Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva firmly in the palm of its hand. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden light flashed, and then he stopped. Dizong of Goguryeo was originally injured and had fallen into the hands of the statue. Naturally, he couldn't resist, but Dizong of Goguryeo's expression was serene. He ignored the immense pain and said, "It's useless even if you kill me. I won't kill you. I'll squeeze every bit of information from your brain. Originally, I disdained to do such a thing. Absorbing your information is simply a stain on the gods. But now I don't mind doing so." The 5 fingers of the statue clasped Dizong of Goguryeo's head and drilled into his brain like an electric drill. Countless information was transmitted from the statue's fingertips. The celestial closed his eyes and continuously absorbed Dizong of Goguryeo's information. Dizong of Goguryeo guarded his mind and tried to resist, but in the end, he found that it was futile. In front of the celestial race, how can mortals have any secrets to speak of? We created you, and you are all defenseless against us. The celestial race was proud. The beings of the world of spirits and souls trembled and didn't dare to come forward. In front of the statue, they were like ants crawling on the ground. They didn't have the courage or ability to resist. Dizong of Goguryeo had no choice but to recite the scriptures. The gods are high and mighty, but they don't treat human lives as lives. Instead, they cause misery and suffering in the world. Is this what a god is? Hee, then I'm going to be a god slayer. Suddenly, a voice floated down from the sky and resounded throughout the world of spirits and souls. When the beings of the world of spirits and souls heard this voice, they relaxed, and the fear and trembling reduced a lot. Dizong of Goguryeo's eyes were filled with joy as he looked up. "You're finally here." The celestial race suddenly opened his eyes. He was very familiar with this voice, and it ignited the anger in his chest. He looked up, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. There was a trace of panic in them. "Why are you here?" The celestial race gritted his teeth and asked. Tang Zheng came very quickly and landed on top of the statue in the blink of an eye. He said, "Why can't I be here? You actually came from the world of gods. Who leaked the news?" The celestial race was surprised and asked, "Huh?" Tang Zheng was stunned for a while and didn't understand what was going on. Dizong of Goguryeo's heart was as clear as a mirror. The celestial race misunderstood. He mistakenly thought that Tang Zheng was Yuanying's doppelganger and thought that Yuan Ying's doppelganger came from the world of gods to deal with him. As for Tang Zheng being in the Mahayana realm, the celestial race didn't recognize him. It was because the celestial race was unpredictable and could change into any level of cultivation. It couldn't be judged by the naked eye at all. Seeing that Tang Zheng refused to answer, the celestial race said angrily, "The celestial race is high and mighty, and you still want to kill a god. What awaits you is only death." Having said that, the celestial race saw that Tang Zheng actually came from the world of gods to kill him, which meant that the situation in the world of gods was not optimistic. So many celestials couldn't stop him. Could he really stop him? Chapter 1838. Tang Zheng looked at the enraged celestial and smiled. "Your mind is in chaos. You are destined to die." The celestial was even more confused. Now that his opponent had seen through his mind, he had no chance of winning. How would he know that his opponent was not the one who broke into the celestial realm, but the real body of that person? Tang Zheng decided not to give him a chance to understand. He raised his arm, and the sword of hidden mystic flew out from his back. The sword Ray soared into the sky and lit up the dark world of spirits. All the living beings in the world of spirits looked up at this scene, and their minds were in turmoil. Many of the believers directly bowed down and were extremely pious. Waves of power of faith rose and floated straight to Tang Zheng. The celestial's pupils shrunk as he witnessed Tang Zheng absorbing the power of faith with his own eyes. He no longer doubted his opponent's identity and completely believed that Tang Zheng was the one who broke into the celestial realm. Treacherous! The celestial roared as a huge statue rose from behind and floated in midair, overlooking all living beings. Tang Zheng was extremely small in front of the statue. He looked up at the statue, and his heart skipped a beat. Was this the supernatural power of the celestial? He would like to see it for himself. Whoosh! The sword of hidden mystic fell from the sky and pierced through the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth seemed to be divided into two by this sword and slashed towards the high and mighty statue. The statue closed its palms and firmly sandwiched the sword ray in the middle. In an instant, the sword ray contracted from all directions and merged into the sword ray. The sword ray was blazing like a dazzling light that flew out from the gaps of the fingers. Puff, puff, puff. The air was cut into pieces. At the same time, Tang Zheng put his palms together and chanted the Kitagarbha Sutra. Golden Sanskrit flew out from his mouth and turned into a golden kasaya. Golden lotuses appeared under his feet. He walked on the lotuses, and in a blink of an eye, he was in front of the statue. The celestial stood in front of the statue and faced Tang Zheng. He said, "You have the same supernatural power as him." "Yes, of the same origin, each has its own merits." Tang Zheng said truthfully, since he had broken through Dizong of Goguryu's divine art, he could naturally break through Tang Zheng's divine art as well. After all, these divine arts were of the same origin, so he could follow the pattern and find the flaw. "Ha ha ha, then you will definitely lose." The celestial laughed maniacally, his confidence skyrocketing. The statues also grinned and connected with the celestial. They looked at Tang Zheng condescendingly, as if they were looking at an ant. Tang Zheng didn't mind it and continued to chant the Kitagarbha Sutra. Golden light flowed on the golden kasaya, and it grew longer with the wind. Tang Zheng's body also grew taller at the same time. In just a few moments, he was already several meters tall. He was even taller than the god race, and he was looking down at the god race. Seeing this scene, the divine race was greatly shaken. He asked, "How did you do it? Don't you have the same supernatural power as Dizong of Goguryeo?" Tang Zheng did not reply. The power of faith from all directions fused into his body. He had comprehended something in his heart, and this change occurred. In the unseen world, he felt that he was taking a step towards that critical juncture. He thought that he would be afraid when he saw the celestial race, but when he really saw the celestial race, it was the celestial race's divine heart that was in chaos. The celestial race saw Tang Zheng getting taller and taller, and that mysterious aura made him more and more terrified. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "No matter how many supernatural powers you have, in front of me there is only one path, death." Boom! The statue put its hands together, and the sword rays shattered. The Xuan sword fell from the sky. Tang Zheng didn't care about it. He was focused on nothing. In the ghost realm, more and more people were kneeling in front of him, and the surging power of faith flew out from their bodies. Boom! A whirlpool appeared on top of Tang Zheng's head. It was a whirlpool formed by the power of faith, and it spun at high speed. The power of faith fell from the whirlpool, and it turned into a pillar of light and fell into the top of Tang Zheng's head. Boom! A loud sound came from his mind, and then, from head to toe, all the joints in his body made a similar loud sound. His body rose, and in an instant he became a real giant. Golden light filled the sky, and he was even taller than the statue. God's fist. The celestial race felt an unprecedented pressure. It was like a stormy sea that wanted to smash him to death on the reef. He resisted with all his might. The statue punched out, and the wind swept away the clouds. Bursts of thunder came from the sky. A bolt of lightning appeared on the god's fist, and lightning also appeared around the statue. The statue's aura was raised to a new extreme. Boom! The statue's fist appeared in front of Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng slowly raised his palm in front of him. The god's fist hit the palm, and the palm became bigger and bigger. He turned his hand and slammed it down. Golden light poured down from the palm, like the water of the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, and drowned the god's fist. The golden light was endless, and it drowned the statue's arm and slowly spread to the statue's body. The celestial race was shocked, and he screamed, "How is this possible? This is the life deity statue that I cultivated, and it's a special ability of the celestial race. How can I lose?" The celestial race, who cultivated the life deity statue, was the symbol of the celestial race. The greatest ability of the celestial race was hidden in the life deity statue, but at this moment, the celestial race found that his life deity statue seemed to be out of his control. This was unprecedented. It indicated that his life deity statue might fall apart. Once his natal idol was destroyed, he would have no choice but to die. "Is this golden Buddha your life deity statue?" The celestial race looked at the indomitable golden Buddha that was like a towering mountain and muttered to himself. Tang Zheng had already guessed this, and he shook his head. "Wrong, it's not my life deity statue." "This is Tathagata's golden body," another voice shouted excitedly. Dizong of Goguryeo looked up at the golden Buddha. The golden Buddha and Tang Zheng had merged into one, and it was completely different from the life deity statue of the celestial race. This was a realm that he had never reached. He had only cultivated Tathagata's divine palm, but Tang Zheng had cultivated Tathagata's golden body. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Tathagata's divine palm was only a part of Tathagata's golden body, so how could it be compared to this golden body? Amitba, Tang Zheng really has great wisdom, far surpassing mine. Dizong of Goguryeo put his palms together, deeply moved. Tang Zheng lowered his head and looked at Dizong of Goguryeo and said, "Yes, this is Tathagata's golden body, and it comes from the same origin as Dizong of Goguryeo's supernatural power. The Ksitigarbha Sutra is broad and profound, far beyond what you celestial race can imagine." The celestial race's eyes were in chaos, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "What Tathagata's golden body, since it's not the life deity statue, then everything is useless. The celestial race's confidence increased greatly. The power of faith between heaven and earth had all merged into Tang Zheng's body, and his aura had undergone a tremendous change. He looked at the celestial race and said, "Is the life deity statue really so amazing? Ha! You're a celestial race, yet you don't know the greatness of the life deity statue." The celestial race seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and he laughed wildly. Chapter 1839. Hearing the God Race's question, Tang Zheng was also shocked. Yuan Ying's avatar actually did not have a natal idol. Wasn't he a God Race member? Why was he so different from the other God Race members? Seeing Tang Zheng not say a word, the God Race member's gaze fluctuated. He sized up Tang Zheng and gradually frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that there was a problem. "Other than your appearance, you seem to be different from that guy in the rumors," the God Race member muttered to himself. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. The God Race member's fiery eyes gradually saw the problem. Suddenly, a light flashed through the God Race member's mind. A bold idea floated. He shouted in disbelief, "You are not him!" Tang Zheng sighed faintly and said, "You still saw through me." Dizong of Goguryu's heart tightened. The God Race had mistaken him for someone else. His mind was in turmoil, and this gave Tang Zheng a great opportunity. Once the God Race saw through this, he would no longer fear Tang Zheng. Instead, his confidence would increase greatly. Then Tang Zheng's advantage would disappear. "Tang Zheng!" Dizong of Goguryo blurted out, wanting to stop Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng acted as if he did not see and said to the God Race member, "I thought you would be blind forever." The God Race member flew into a rage. Tang Zheng dared to say that he was blind. He clenched his fists and roared, "If you are not him, then you are an imposter. I can easily kill you. You dare to play with me. I promise you will die miserably." Dizong of Goguryo sighed, regretfully. At this point, Tang Zheng was in danger. Tang Zheng did not seem to realize this at all. He said jokingly to the God Race member, "You are so confident." "Of course." "Ha ha." Tang Zheng laughed softly. "Your confidence came too late. If you saw through it earlier, then you might have a chance to live. But now, you don't even have a chance." "I don't have a chance." The Protoss pointed at the tip of his nose, as if he had heard the funniest joke, and said, "That should be what I said to you." "You still don't understand." Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "The battle situation is constantly changing. You've already missed your best opportunity, so you won't have another chance." Dizong of Goguryo seemed to be deep in thought as he carefully observed Tang Zheng. Finally, his eyes flashed, and he could no longer tear his gaze away from Tang Zheng. He said in bewilderment, "You succeeded?" Tang Zheng looked at Dizong of Goguryo with a smile and said, "Dizong of Goguryo, your foresight is much better than this divine race. I have indeed succeeded in crossing that threshold. You've become a god." Dizong of Goguryo was surprised and happy. He stared at Tang Zheng with shining eyes, not willing to miss a single detail. Tang Zheng had become a god right under his nose, but he was completely unaware. Not only that, even the Protoss didn't notice. Was this Protoss really blind? The Protoss seemed to have woken up from a dream. He pointed at Tang Zheng and shook his head. "Impossible. You've just become a god. Weren't you a god a long time ago? What's going on? You've just become a god. So who's the other person?" The Protoss muttered to himself as if he had been possessed. He looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated gaze that couldn't be described with words. "He's my Yuanying doppelganger," Tang Zheng said indifferently. "Yuanying doppelganger?" The Protoss was dazed and doubted that he had heard wrong. He said, Yuanying's doppelganger is so weak, but he can cultivate to become a god. Moreover, he's faster than your main body. You should find a better excuse to lie to me." Obviously, he didn't believe it at all. Tang Zheng helplessly rolled his eyes and said, "Now that things have come to this, do I still need to lie to you?" After a pause, Tang Zheng asked curiously, "You said that Yuanying's doppelganger is very weak. Then what about the Yuanying doppelganger of your Protoss race? How could the human race have such a weak existence as Yuanying's doppelganger? Our life idol can completely crush Yuanying's doppelganger," the Protoss proudly boasted. "The Protoss race doesn't have a Yuanying doppelganger." Tang Zheng suddenly realized, "The Protoss race is very different from what I imagined. The Protoss race's strength is not something you can imagine," the Protoss said disdainfully. Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "There's a problem with this. Let me think about it carefully." Tang Zheng rubbed his temples and carefully thought about it. He didn't take the Protoss race seriously at all. The Protoss flew into a rage. This was completely ignoring his existence. He had never received such a serious provocation before. He pointed at Tang Zheng, his finger trembling in anger as he shouted, "You're not only looking down on me, you're also looking down on the Protoss race." Protoss race. Tang Zheng suddenly slapped his head in realization and said, "I finally understand. The Protoss race and the gods are two different concepts. The Protoss race is the gods." The Protoss hysterically retorted, "Your words are disgraceful. I will definitely burn your bones and scatter your ashes." Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear and muttered to himself, "The Protoss race created the human race and called themselves gods. In reality, they are just a race. They are just stronger than the human race, or rather, their starting point is higher than the human race. That's why they are stronger than the human race." The Protoss race's eyes became more and more frantic as he shouted, "Disgraceful, disgraceful!" Dizong of Goguryeo heard a bit of mystery from these words. It was as if a ball of light had lit up in his heart, illuminating every corner of his body. He said thoughtfully, "I understand. The Protoss race is just a race. They are not true gods. They can still be defeated and killed." Tang Zheng looked at Dizong of Goguryeo with approval and said, "You're right. So, what's so scary about the Protoss race? They call themselves gods. Then we will slaughter them. We will kill them until they throw away their armor and lower their proud heads." Dizong of Goguryeo's emotions surged. He said with pride, "A real man should be like this." The Protoss race had forgotten to shout. He stared blankly at Tang Zheng and Dizong of Goguryeo. He didn't know how to describe his feelings. The Protoss race had always called themselves gods. Could it be that they were really just a race that was slightly more powerful? His heart was shaken, but he immediately shook his head and suppressed this absurd thought. He said, "No, the Protoss race is a god. It's not just a race." His eyes gradually became firm. He looked at Tang Zheng gloomily and reprimanded, "You're talking nonsense. You want to shake my god's heart. Let me tell you, you've failed. I'm going to kill you now." He did not give Tang Zheng another chance to speak. His natal idol rose into the air and flew into the air. His big hand grabbed the air and black clouds gathered. A silver lightning bolt drilled out of the black clouds and fell into the hand of the natal idol. The lightning bolt turned into a long whip and fell from the sky, ruthlessly lashing at Tang Zheng. Heaven and earth were split into two by this lightning whip. Boom! The earth split open and a bottomless ravine appeared. Arcs of lightning flickered in the ravine, emitting terrifying power. Tang Zheng stood under the lightning whip. He raised his head, and the lightning whip rapidly expanded in his eyes. It grew bigger and closer. The Protoss race's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This attack consumed 80% of his power in order to kill in one blow. If it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, it would definitely succeed. Seeing that the lightning whip had already reached Tang Zheng's head, Tang Zheng seemed to be suppressed by this violent aura and couldn't fight back. He was dumbstruck. Chapter 1840. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zheng moved. He raised his hand and grabbed lightly. Bang! Lightning flashed and crackled like thunder. The lightning seemed to want to drown Tang Zheng. However, Tang Zheng's body was full of golden light, and the sound of Sanskrit rushed into the sky to meet the lightning whip. Boom! The golden light collided with the lightning, and the lightning broke inch by inch and fell from the sky. The golden light rushed into the black clouds, and the black clouds rolled and dissipated into nothingness. Heaven and earth were bright again. The lightning in Tang Zheng's hand became smaller and smaller, gradually turning from a lightning whip into an electric snake. It rolled in Tang Zheng's hand, trying to escape from Tang Zheng's palm. However, there was an invisible force in Tang Zheng's palm that firmly imprisoned it. In the air, the god race watched this scene in shock. His full-strength attack was actually completely neutralized by Tang Zheng in the blink of an eye, as if it was as easy as blowing off dust. This, he did not know how to describe it. He was also sure of one thing. Tang Zheng really became a god and broke through the shackles of human beings. Humans really became gods, not one, but two. What does this mean? The god was shocked and frightened. For thousands of years, no one had taken this step. But Tang Zheng did it. Others could definitely do it too. The divine power of the god race would no longer be unbreakable and unattainable. Once more humans became gods, they would no longer be controlled and enslaved by the gods. Instead, they would start a war to slaughter the gods. The fate of the god race would become self-evident. He struggled to control the stormy waves in his heart. When he looked at Tang Zheng again, he only felt that he was shining so brightly that he could not look directly at him. Run! Leave this damned place and return to the heavenly realm. Tell everyone this news and start a war to destroy the human world and the world of spirits and souls as soon as possible to eliminate this potential danger. The god race had made a decision to no longer deal with Tang Zheng. He rushed into the sky, and his life statue guarded him firmly to prevent Tang Zheng from chasing and intercepting him. He's trying to escape. Dizong of Goguryu's eyes lit up as he saw through the god race's plan. He had fought with the god race for so long that he had a certain understanding of the enemy, so he saw through it at a glance. Tang Zheng's momentum soared, and he chased after him. He shouted, "Since you're here, stay. You want to escape and inform the others? Just give up on that idea." His Buddha's eyes Buddha's eyes, and an eyes eyes. The god race clansman raised his head and saw a gigantic palm that seemed to blot out the sky, slapping towards him. "Life statue, stop him!" The Protoss screamed hysterically. His life idol flew up high and blocked the giant palm. Tang Zheng of the Buddhas of a Buddha's eye. Boom. Buddhas of the gods of the eye. Suddenly, two rays of light collided in midair. It was extremely bright, covering all the colors and light between heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were only left with these two rays of light. The god race was no exception. He was horrified, and the fear in his heart gradually magnified, completely enveloping his body and mind. He wanted to escape, desperately urging his power. However, under the power of a Buddha's eye, without the protection of his life statue, he was about to be crushed into pieces, unable to move. Crack! A cracking sound came from the body of the life statue. Then, cracks appeared on the heart of the life statue and quickly spread in all directions. In a flash, cracks had already spread all over the body of the life-bound idol. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the life-bound idol was torn to pieces, turning into pieces that drifted away. Poof! The god race spat out blood and swayed. His breath gradually weakened, and finally he fell straight from midair. The power of Buddha's I was greatly reduced, but the remaining power was not to be underestimated. Taking advantage of the victory, he fell straight down and hit the god race. Boom! The god race and Buddha's I landed almost at the same time. The ground collapsed, turning into a palm print. No one knew how deep it had sunk, and at a glance, only darkness was left. The others looked at this scene in shock. The power of Buddha's I was so powerful that even the god race could not resist it. It was much more powerful than the power displayed by Dizong of Goguryeo. Dizong of Goguryeo was unable to calm down. He could not display such a powerful Buddha's I because he had not crossed the threshold to become a god. One day, I will also become a god. Dizong of Goguryeo's belief was incomparably firm. Tangjung landed on the ground and revealed his true form. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva walked over and glanced at the collapsed area. That terrifying remnant might gradually dissipated, but it was still enough to cause one's heart to tremble in fear. Is he dead? Dizong of Goguryeo asked anxiously. Tangjung was full of confidence. His life idol has been destroyed, and he was hit by Buddha's I. It's impossible for him to live even if he wanted to. Dizong of Goguryeo heaved a sigh of relief and chanted Buddha's name. Tangjung flipped his palm, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and grabbed at the collapsed area. Whoosh! A person quickly flew up and landed in his palm. The god race was on the verge of death. His body was deformed, and many of his bones were broken. There was no part of his body that was intact. He opened his eyes with difficulty and stared at Tangjung with murderous eyes. After I die, the god race will definitely avenge me. They will kill you and destroy the human world and the ghost world. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. I have already become a god, so there's no need to wait for them. I will go to the god world first and see what your world is like. Maybe I can destroy the god world while I'm at it. It will definitely be interesting. The god race's eyes were about to crack. He was about to retort when suddenly his eyes widened and lost their color. There was no life in them. Tangjung looked regretful. If I knew you would die so soon, I would have searched your brain first. I would have gotten a lot of useful information. Dizong of Goguryeo's mouth twitched. Only Tangjung would dare to say that. He did not put the god race in his eyes, and even dared to search his brain. You almost destroyed the ghost world, so you will be buried here forever. Tangjung flipped his palm, and the god race's corpse fell lightly and disappeared into the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around them shook. A mountain rose from the ground and covered the collapsed area. The god race's corpse was pressed under the mountain and would never see the light of day again. Is this the supernatural power of a god? It's really an eye-opener, Dizong of Goguryeo said with emotion. Dizong of Goguryeo, when you become a god, you will know that this is not difficult. Tangjung encouraged. Dizong of Goguryeo said modestly, I don't know when I will be able to break through this hurdle. Hurry up, because next the human world and the ghost world will face a huge threat. This is the real threat of world destruction, Tangjung said in a heavy tone. Dizong of Goguryeo's heart thumped. Does the god world really want to destroy our world? Yes, the god race is high above, and we can also reach their level. If we threaten their existence and challenge their divine power, then they will not let us go. That fellow has already said very clearly that he will destroy our world, so we can kill all of this. Tangjung said with certainty. Chapter 1841. The news of Tang Zheng becoming a god spread like wildfire almost to the north and south of the river. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship, wanting to see the glory of a god. As for his dojo, it was like bamboo shoots after the rain, rising from the ground. There was no doubt that he had become the god of both the human world and the world of spirits and souls. All beings worshipped him, and no one stopped him. Tang Zheng, however, was not in the mood to enjoy the worship of all beings. After he returned to the human world from the world of spirits and souls, he shut himself in and went straight into seclusion. Other than his family, no one else could see him. There was almost a long line in front of his door. All forces and all kinds of old acquaintances wanted to see him, but they were all turned away, and no one dared to disturb his seclusion. In a secret room, in all directions, an invisible force isolated this space from the outside world, as if it was a new world. He floated in midair, meditating, and his thoughts had drifted to an unknown place. He gradually understood the wonders of the new realm. After he became a god, he seemed to be breaking free from the shackles of his physical body, as if he was about to soar into the sky, as if there was a world constantly calling him. The heavenly realm. Tang Zheng was deep in thought. Following this call, he seemed to be able to reach a certain world. However, he did not rush to the heavenly realm like Yuanying's clone. From the words of the Protoss, he had already analyzed a lot of information and many shocking things. First of all, humans were created by the Protoss. This was beyond doubt. However, the Protoss did not have good intentions. Instead, they treated humans like livestock, just slightly more advanced livestock. They wanted humans to believe in them, worship them, and the continuous power of faith was of great significance to them. Obviously, the Protoss did not only open up the human world and the world of spirits and souls, but also created humans in other worlds, leaving behind relics in many worlds. Perhaps the Protoss had opened up too many worlds and had no time to manage them, so they gradually loosened up, so much so that the Protoss gradually forgot about the human world and the world of spirits and souls. They only enjoyed the continuous power of faith and did not manage them personally. Unknowingly, there was a deviation between the human world and the world of spirits and souls. Most importantly, there was a variable, Tang Zheng, who had broken through the limits and became a god. This was definitely beyond the Protoss expectations. God, this was the privilege of the god race. No one was allowed to meddle with it, and they were confident that no one could meddle with it. It was precisely this kind of carelessness and negligence that led to such a big change. The god race was completely unaware of it. It was only when Yuanying's doppelganger broke into the god world and wreaked havoc there that the god race awoke from their daze. However, the divine clan was still very arrogant. They only sent one divine clan member to the human world and the ghost realm to investigate. Perhaps they thought that the celestial race was enough. All living beings in the human world and the ghost world would worship him when they saw him. They would be willing to do anything for him. Who would have thought that these two worlds would actually want to kill him? In the end, they really killed him. Tang Zheng firmly believed that his analysis was 80 to 90% correct, and the Protoss threat before they died was also real and effective, not just to scare him. Once the Protoss confirmed that there was a problem with their strategy, the human world and the ghost world would overturn their rule and superior position. Then they would strike like a thunderbolt and destroy these two worlds. Tang Zheng must race against time to fill the gap between the god race and human beings before the god race destroyed the world, so that others would also have a chance to become gods. The more people who became gods, the more they could compete with the god race and protect their homeland. What is the gap between humans and the god race? Why are the God race so confident that humans can't cross this gap and cultivate to become gods? Tang Zheng's brain was spinning rapidly. Thousands of thoughts were running through his mind. His calculation speed was more than 1,000 times faster than before. The God race particularly valued the power of faith. This was the foundation of the God race. They could open up so many worlds and be worshipped by the world. Humans were different. Ordinary people could not be worshipped by the world. Even the strong and ambitious had limited influence, and it was difficult for them to become gods. The heavenly axiom had set up and operated for so many years, but it had not succeeded. One could imagine how difficult it was. It was only by chance that Tang Zheng happened to encounter the crisis of the world's destruction and saved thousands of people from hanging upside down. Only then did he gather the power of faith of the human world and the ghost world to cross this gap and cultivate to become a god. Others could not walk the path of Tang Zheng because others could not harvest as much power of faith as Tang Zheng. The power of faith was the key to becoming a god, but if the power of faith was too little, it was useless. So, how could one have enough power of faith? No, there was a flash of light in Tang Zheng's mind. It was as if a door had opened in front of him. The light was shining from outside the door, and he instantly thought of something. The God race created several worlds to collect the power of faith. This was understandable. But the key point was that there must be only a few gods in each world, and the God race was definitely not just these few. What about the other gods? What about the newborns? If no one believed in them, then where did their power of faith come from? How could they maintain their identity as a god and have great magical powers? The God race must have a solution. The ancient gods collected the power of faith, and they will definitely find ways to pass on this power of faith so that all the God race can benefit. This way, they can continue. Ha ha ha, this is really a once and for all solution. The God race is really cunning. Tang Zheng laughed wildly. His laughter echoed in the room. The air shook violently as if boiling water. All living beings in the human world and the world of spirits believe in me. I will collect this power of faith and then think of a way to pass it on. When others have the power of faith, they can cross this gap and cultivate to become a god. Tang Zheng was ecstatic. He finally found a shortcut to becoming a god, and everyone would agree. Then he could build an army of god slayers. In the future, when he conquered the god realm, the god race would tremble under his hidden sword. If others want to absorb my power of faith, then I must teach them the technique. I must create a new set of techniques. Creating your own magical powers. Isn't this starting a sect? He was eager to give it a try and became excited. In fact, this was not as simple as starting a sect. It was really changing the way of heaven and earth. Before this, humans could not become gods. From now on, humans would become gods. Gods fell from the altar to the mortal world. Then, the status of humans would rise and reach an unprecedented peak. He had no distractions and immediately immersed himself in this vast project. This was a magnificent feat that no one had ever done before. He had to be careful, step by step, not allowing the slightest mistake. Once there was a mistake, others would be consigned to eternal damnation when they cultivated, and he would harm countless people. The general outline, he kept sculpting and polishing, and the general outline of the technique gradually took shape. It was like the trunk of a towering tree, supporting the sky and the earth. The rest were the branches and leaves. Only when the branches and leaves were luxuriant would the tree have vitality. He had used up all of his wisdom and gathered all of his power in this technique. This technique was the summary of what he had cultivated. It didn't just absorb the power of faith, but also mixed in his great love for humanity, his understanding of the world, and his understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. This was the summary of his life, but different people would comprehend different things from it. It was completely different from person to person. Everyone could find the shortcut to becoming a god that they needed. Chapter 1842. As time passed, this divine ability cultivation technique was gradually perfected. When Tang Zheng wrote the last word, the divine ability was formed. He pointed his finger and coincidentally pointed at a jade scroll in front of Tang Zheng. The jade scroll slowly rose, and small words appeared. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared. A dazzling light soared into the sky from the jade scroll, illuminating the surroundings. In the light, the words quickly enlarged like a movie projected on the light, densely packed. These were the words that Tang Zheng had engraved in the jade scroll. Now that they appeared, they were all-encompassing and incomparably grand. Tang Zheng looked around and nodded in satisfaction. This contains all that I have learned in my life. If someone can inherit even a 10,000th of it, they will be able to become an expert. This was not arrogant boasting, but the truth. With his current realm and insight, he was far superior to others. He was indeed qualified to say such words. The light faded and returned to the jade scroll. The words on the light screen disappeared, leaving only the small words on the jade scroll. Done. I can come out of seclusion. With a thought, Tang Zheng disappeared on the spot. In the next second, he was standing in his own courtyard. Seeing this, the witch clan guards bowed. The others heard the news and came. Feng Shishir held her big belly and was about to give birth. Her face was filled with motherly love and said, "You're finally out of seclusion." She was about to give birth. She was afraid that Tang Huizhen would continue to be in seclusion and would not be able to witness the birth of the child. Tang Zheng covered her bulging belly with his palm. He knew what Feng Shishir was thinking and comforted her gently. How could I miss the birth of the child? Feng Shishir held her stomach with both hands and smiled in satisfaction. What did you gain from this seclusion? I gained a lot. Tang Zheng opened his palm, and the jade scroll floated up from his palm. The light was restrained, and only the densely packed small words could be seen. What is this? Feng Shishir took it curiously and immersed her spirit sense in it. Immediately, it was as if a magnificent mountain and river had appeared in front of her eyes, causing her heart to surge. She quickly withdrew her divine sense from the jade slip. She was excited and asked, "Is this a divine ability?" Tang Zheng nodded with a smile and asked, "How do you feel?" "That's amazing," Feng Shishir praised from the bottom of her heart. "What kind of thing is actually worthy of such grand praise from you?" Yi Dingdang hurriedly rushed over. "You can see for yourself." Feng Shishir handed the jade slip over. Yi Dingdang flipped it over and read it over and over again. She said, "It's densely packed with small characters. It's like reading a heavenly book." She immersed her divine sense into it with ease. Boom. Her brain felt as if it had exploded. Countless pieces of information flooded into her mind. The words seemed to have a life of their own as they drilled into her brain. Yi Dingdang was someone who had seen high-quality goods before. She could tell at a glance that this divine ability was extraordinary. She immersed herself in it and was unable to extricate herself. The others rushed over, and all of them looked curiously at the dazed Yi Dingdang. This was completely different from her flustered and energetic personality. What exactly happened? Tang Zheng smiled and said, "I created a divine ability and she's helping me test it out." Empyrean Fairy Fu Yao volunteered and said, "Let me take a look." Tang Zheng waved his hand, and the jade slip flew out of Yi Dingdang's hands and landed in Empyrean Fairy's hands. She immediately immersed herself in it, as if she was the second Yi Ding Dang. Her expression froze, as she was stunned. Let me take a look. The others realized that there was definitely a mystery within, and were unwilling to fall behind. They all wanted to see the true face of the jade slip. After a while, Li Xiaotian, Lu Qingmei, and Marshall were all petrified. Fang Shishir looked at this unique scene and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Tang Zheng, I heard that you created a divine ability. Let me take a look. Emperor of Heaven's voice came from afar. When he finished speaking, he was already standing in front of everyone. When he saw the appearance of the girls, he was shocked and asked, "What happened to them?" They looked at my jade slip. Tang Zheng pointed his finger, and the jade slip flew into Emperor of Heaven's hands. Emperor of Heaven raised his eyebrows and said doubtfully, "The divine ability you created is in the jade slip. Does it have such an exaggerated effect?" Fang Shishir smiled and said, "Emperor of Heaven, you'll know when you see it." "Heh!" Emperor of Heaven was excited and said, "Back then when I was comprehending the heavenly book, I was able to remain calm and unperturbed. What kind of storm have I not seen before?" Fang Shishir joked, "Don't boast too early." Emperor of Heaven did not say anything else and immersed his mind into the jade slip. His reaction was indeed much stronger than the girls, but as time passed, his expression became more and more interesting. All kinds of complicated emotions crawled onto his face. It was as if he was performing a face-changing performance. It was even more interesting than the girls' stunned expressions. Puchi, Fang Shishir could not help but laugh and pinched Tang Zheng's arm and said, "Look at what you've done. You've made so many people look like fools." Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know it would turn out like this? Don't tell me you don't know the greatness of the divine ability you created? Humph, I think you're just trying to make everyone look like fools. Fang Shishir complained with a smile. Tang Zheng sighed and said, "I'm really more wronged than Do-yi." Fang Shishir said to herself, "I only saw a little and was already shocked." They saw so much, so the shock they received was naturally more intense. Especially the Emperor of Heaven. His cultivation is the highest, so he must have seen the most. The changes in his mood are naturally more complicated. Tang Zheng looked at the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven's cultivation had also advanced from the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm to the Saint realm. He must have worked very hard during this period of time, and the results were not bad. Now, in the world, other than him, there were only 2 Saint realm experts, the Dizong of Goguryeo and the Emperor of Heaven. My cultivation is still shallow, so I can't see the full picture of this divine ability. I wonder what its greatest use is. Fang Shishir was smart and naturally guessed that at this juncture, Tang Zheng would not create his own divine ability for no reason. There must be a deep meaning. Tang Zheng showed a look of praise and said, "Shishir has discerning eyes. You're getting smarter and smarter." Fang Shishir glared at him and said, "Don't praise me, I'll be proud." Tang Zheng laughed and said, "Then if I tell you this is a shortcut to becoming a god, would you believe me?" Fang Shishir understood tacitly. Her heart palpitated, and she exclaimed, "This can be cultivated to become a god." Fang Shishir's expression became exactly the same as the others. She muttered to herself, "A shortcut to becoming a god. Then wouldn't becoming a god be within reach?" Tang Zheng gave a knowing smile as he held her hand and said, "Isn't it a very simple matter to reach out and touch?" Fang Shishir glared at him. Of course, she knew that Tang Zheng had already become a god. What she meant was that others could also reach the realm of becoming a god. Then the gods would no longer be high and mighty. This was simply turning the world upside down. Chapter 1843. The Emperor of Heaven and the others had already woken up one after another, but their expressions were extremely interesting. They were immersed in the vast sea of skills, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. In the end, they resisted the great temptation and withdrew from that realm. The Emperor of Heaven's expression changed again, and again as he looked at Tang Zheng. He felt ashamed of his previous boasting. He thought that there was almost nothing in the world that could make him act like this, but he was wrong. Tang Zheng really did it. Emperor of Heaven, what do you think of this thing? Tang Zheng asked with a smile, even though he already knew the answer. Amazing! The Emperor of Heaven was shocked and praised. Thank you for the compliment. This is the way to become a god. From now on, everyone in the world has the possibility of becoming a god. You include your own understanding and the essence of the skill. Everyone can find a suitable cultivation method for themselves. It's simply all-inclusive. The Emperor of Heaven revealed his true feelings and sighed. Then, how do you think it compares to the heavenly book? Tang Zheng asked. The Emperor of Heaven shook his head. The heavenly book is like a seedling compared to this, and this is a towering tree. There's no comparison. By the way, does this skill have a name? Tang Zheng was slightly startled and shook his head. I haven't had time to name it. Such a perfect cultivation technique should be named carefully. The celestial larch nodded solemnly. Tang Zheng had an idea and said, "Why don't we call it the new heavenly book? Yours is the wordless heavenly book, and mine is the wordless heavenly book. Spread it all over the world, and everyone can cultivate it. Only this can truly be called the heavenly book and live up to its name." The Emperor of Heaven said. Tang Zheng smiled and declined to comment. He said, "Then it's settled. He will be called the new heavenly book. You will spread it throughout the world so that everyone can cultivate it. The stronger everyone is, the stronger the world will be. Even in the face of an invasion, we will have the power to protect ourselves. Yes, this is the virtue of the world. The people will remember you, and the more faith power you have, the more faith power they can absorb. This is a virtuous cycle that will never end." The Emperor of Heaven said. The others nodded one after another. Only then did their 3 souls and 7 spirits gradually return to their original positions. The power of faith is spread throughout the world. The world is so big, so it's not good for absorption. I'll gather the power of faith in one place, and everyone will go to the same place to absorb the power of faith. This is perfect, Tang Zheng said thoughtfully. Then where do you plan to concentrate the power of faith? Tang Zheng suddenly had an idea. He looked to the west and said, "At the peak of Tian Shan, above the heavenly stairway, build the heavenly palace and absorb the power of faith. Everyone in the world will ascend the heavenly mountain and wait for the heavenly stairway to enter the heavenly palace. There, they will complete the final stage and cultivate to become gods." The more Tang Zheng spoke, the more excited he became. He had already made up his mind. Isn't the heaven stairway already destroyed? Marshall asked in surprise. Then we will rebuild the stairway to heaven. Tang Zheng said casually. Right, rebuild the stairway to heaven. Everyone was greatly encouraged. They all looked forward to it and said, "In the past, I've always heard of the legends of the stairway to heaven, but I've never seen the true appearance of the stairway to heaven. Now, I can fulfill one of my wishes." Haha, that makes sense. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Thus, the group of people moved as fast as lightning. They streaked across the sky like meteors and landed on Tian Shan Mountain. Tang Zheng moved, and the heaven and earth Xian stones flew out. They were scattered in a picturesque manner. They flickered with light and flew into the air. They stood at the peak of Tian Shan Mountain and looked up at the heaven and earth Xian stones. in the air. They were excited and did not want to miss a single detail. They all wanted to witness this historic scene. The heaven and earth Xian stones gradually formed the embryonic form of a stairway. It was as if it had a life of its own. It extended into the air step by step, as if it was going to reach the top of the 9 heavens. White clouds flew past the stairway to heaven. Gradually, the stairway to heaven was shrouded in clouds. Even from the peak of Tian Shan Mountain, it could not be seen clearly. Shua! Suddenly, a divine light shot out from Tang Zheng's eyes. It dispersed the clouds and shone on the stairway to heaven. Finally, the stairway to heaven could be seen clearly again. The last heaven and earth Xian stone. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they watched the last heaven and earth Xian stone slowly fly to the end of the stairway to heaven. It slowly approached and steadily connected with the stairway to heaven, becoming a part of it. Whoosh! The stairway to heaven was completed. A ray of light shot into the sky as if it was going to break through the heavens. This ray of light was too bright. Whether it was night or day in the human world, this ray of light could be seen. This ray of light landed on the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven shone even more brightly above the 9 heavens. Every corner of the human world could be seen clearly. What is that? Countless people looked up at the stairway to heaven that was out of reach. It looks like a ladder. It extends to the 9 heavens. It looks like a stairway to heaven. The humans discussed animatedly, but they were not frightened. After all, things were different now. Cultivators who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground were no longer a secret. Everyone, look, someone has climbed the stairway to heaven. Although it was far away, when someone climbed the stairway to heaven, it was extremely clear, as if it was right in front of them. Who is that? It's the Savior. The image of Tang Zheng had been imprinted in the hearts of the people, especially in the hearts of many devout believers. Even if Tang Zheng turned into ashes, they would still recognize him. They could only see a rough outline of a figure and could not see his specific face, but they still recognized him at a glance. This stairway to heaven was built by the Savior. What is he going to do? Countless people had this question in their hearts. He's too great. He built such a majestic stairway to heaven. Is he going to ascend to the heavens? That's the Savior. Ascending to the heavens is as easy as flipping his hand for him. Why would he need a stairway to heaven? Someone retorted, he doesn't need a stairway to heaven. The others don't have his ability. Does he need a stairway to heaven? Why would a normal person ascend to the heavens? How would I know? The humans looked at each other and discussed for a long time without coming to a conclusion. But immediately they saw another shocking scene. Tang Zheng stood at the end of the stairway to heaven. He lowered his head and saw the people in the sky. Of course, he also saw the vast world. Countless magnificent sceneries were in sight. This is really a beautiful world. This is my home. I must protect it, Tang Zheng said to himself. He retracted his gaze and looked up. The sky was already close at hand. It was as if he could touch it. He closed his eyes, and images flashed through his mind. Those were the celestial palaces in his imagination. He did not have a template and could only rely on his own imagination to build them. Building a celestial palace was a huge project for others, but for him, it was not much effort. Even if he was above the 9 heavens, he could still complete it. He grabbed downwards with his large hand. All kinds of building materials flew up from the ground and landed in front of him. Layer by layer, they were orderly and automatically built into the celestial palace. This was the celestial palace that he built with his own divine power. From the beginning of construction, the bricks, stones, soil, and wood were all branded with divine power. It was far from what ordinary buildings could compare to. This was the Celestial Palace in name only. Chapter 1844. A majestic heavenly palace stood at the end of the stairway to heaven, emitting a mysterious and majestic light. This heavenly palace occupied a very large area and could accommodate many people. Tang Zheng stood in front of the heavenly palace and pointed his finger. The door of the heavenly palace slowly opened. Whoosh! The wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth. The power of faith that was originally stored in the vast heaven and earth surged from all directions, converging into a torrent and rushing straight into the heavenly palace. This majestic power of faith was invisible to the naked eye, but many cultivators felt it. They widened their eyes and pricked up their ears in horror, not knowing what was going on. The power of faith gathered more and more in the heavenly palace and gradually manifested, turning into a cloud that floated at the top of the heavenly palace. Tang Zheng smiled with satisfaction and pointed to the power of faith that was still flowing endlessly into the heavenly palace, saying, "From now on, you will bless the world and help the people of the world to become gods." Boom, 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 boom. The power of faith sounded as if it was responding to Tang Zheng. He turned and walked out of the heavenly palace and saw many people running up the stairway to heaven. Bang! One of them fell on the stairway to heaven and struggled to get up. However, he could not take another step forward, as if there was an invisible force blocking his way. Tang Zheng was not surprised and said loudly, "The stairway to heaven is very different from before. Every step represents a certain level of strength. If you have not reached the corresponding level of strength, you will not be able to climb the higher stairway to heaven." His voice was not loud, but it was like a moisturizing sound that clearly entered everyone's heart. When the crowd heard this, they gradually calmed down. Some were surprised, and some were happy. Some of the powerhouses lifted their feet and ran to the higher stairway to heaven. Unknowingly, fewer and fewer people continued to climb the stairway to heaven. Tang Zheng watched this scene quietly and did not stop them. The strength of the group gradually became clear. The Emperor of Heaven took the lead and walked steadily, as if he was not affected by the stairway to heaven at all. Behind him was the Empyrean Fairy. She had the highest cultivation level among all the girls. Tian Chanzi was half a step behind Empyrean Fairy, followed closely by Li Xiaotian and Wu. The two of them had trained in martial arts since they were young and were proficient in heavenly chess. They had long since become well-known martial artists, and many famous people were left behind by them. This included Wu Junshan and Lan Yu. The two of them were Tang Zheng's parents and had been famous for a long time. However, compared to the rising stars, they lacked the determination to forge ahead and also lacked the opportunity. Unknowingly, they were surpassed by the two of them. In the past, no one had noticed this, but now it was completely exposed on the stairway to heaven. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu glanced at each other. Surprise flashed in their eyes before they smiled in relief. The new generation excels the old, and they have a successor. This is a great blessing in life. Yi Dingdang and Nana walked side by side. Looking at the people in front of them, they clenched their teeth, as if they were suppressing their anger and fighting to be the first to rush in front of them. However, this was easier said than done. The two's breathing became hurried. "Nana, you're still so young. How can you be as strong as me?" Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes and said with grievance. Nana revealed a brilliant smile and said, "Sister Dingdang, Brother Tang Zheng has always said that my talent is high. Perhaps this is the reason." Yi Dingdang snorted and muttered, "My talent is not low either." Mu Hongyan smiled. her face brimming with motherly radiance, and said, "Nana, don't argue with your Aunt Ding Dang." "I'm not an aunt." Yi Dingdong's face was red as she argued. Mu Hongyan said, "Seniority is like this. You can't mess up seniority." "Then why does Nana call brother Tang Zheng and not him?" Yi Dingdong's eyes flashed mischievously as she turned around and smiled meaningfully at Mu Hongyan. Mu Hongyan's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness, but she immediately covered it up. The relationship between the girls and Tang Zheng had long been an open secret. Everyone had also accepted this point. If they were to talk about seniority, Nana would probably have to call Tang Zheng father. Fang Shishir propped up her big belly and placed her hands on her hips. She was one step behind Mu Hongyan on the ladder. She pointed at Yi Dingdang and said, "Ding Dang, stop teasing Sister Ding Dang. Look, Nana is about to surpass you." Yi Dingdang cried out in alarm and said angrily, "Nana, you little girl, don't go. You want to surpass me while I'm chatting?" Immediately, it caused a string of bell-like laughter from Nan Nan. Lu Qingmei supported Fang Shishir and said, "Shishir, don't go up. You're about to give birth. Be careful not to disturb the baby." Fang Shishir smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's fine. I also want to see how far I can go. Then I'll support you. Don't look down. It's too high." Lu Qingmei looked down and quickly retracted her gaze. She said with lingering fear. When the others heard this, they subconsciously looked down. It made them dizzy. Fortunately, they were no longer ordinary people. Otherwise, they would have been scared to death. This was truly above the 9 heavens. It was unknown how far away they were from the ground. Fang Shishir looked at Tang Zheng in front of the heavenly palace and said to herself, "I remember the first time I saw him. At that time, he was inconspicuous. Who would have thought that today would come?" Lu Qingmei lifted the hair beside her ears. Her eyes were blurred and said, "Yes, who would have thought? Speaking of which, it was only a few years ago. Why does it feel like so many years have passed?" Fang Shishir sighed. "Because during this period of time, too many things have happened that overturned the whole world. That's why it gives people this feeling." Lu Qingmei pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's true. There were still many people from the witch tribe on the stairway to heaven. They had followed Tang Zheng for a long time and were no longer the same as before. They could also occupy a place on the stairway to heaven. Tang Zheng looked at this group of people and could not help but feel gratified. This was only a part of his team. The world of spirits and souls, the sky beyond heaven, and the dragon tribe had not arrived yet. He did not know if they could climb up the heavenly palace with their strength. The Emperor of Heaven's steps were obviously heavier, and his speed slowed down. He raised his head and looked at Tang Zheng not far away with a complicated expression. Tang Zheng saw this scene and said loudly, "It's too tiring to climb the stairway to heaven like this. If you cultivate the new heavenly book, it will be twice the result with half the effort." Only a few people had seen the new heavenly book and had not had time to spread it to others. The Emperor of Heaven and the few women had already experienced the profoundness of the new heavenly book. They immediately guarded their minds and cultivated the new heavenly book. Boom! There was a loud noise in the heavenly palace, as if something had been triggered. Pairs of eyes looked at the heavenly palace, but they could not see anything. Tang Zheng turned his head and saw a surge of faith power rushing out of the heavenly palace and flying toward the people cultivating the new heavenly book on the stairway to heaven. It was as if they were enlightened and fell on the top of their heads. Immediately, their auras underwent a tremendous change. Once they cultivated the new heavenly book, they could really absorb the faith power freely. Tang Zheng was not surprised and smiled with relief. True knowledge came from practice. Although he knew that there was no problem with the new heavenly book, seeing it with his own eyes made him feel different. Chapter 1845. The Emperor of Heaven was only a few steps away from the celestial palace, but he seemed to be under heavy pressure. He walked with great difficulty, as if he was drunk and could fall off the celestial stairway at any time. Whoosh! The power of faith between heaven and earth surged toward the Emperor of Heaven like a tide, like a whale sucking in water. He merged the power of faith into his body to resist the inexplicable pressure. Bang! He took another step and reached a new step. His cultivation level was soaring rapidly. He was originally in the saint realm and was only one step away from becoming a god. But this step was an insurmountable gap. Many generations had not been able to cross this gap. But now it was different. He had hope. His eyes were firm. He gritted his teeth and growled. Bang! 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 He took several steps in a row. His footsteps became more and more stable. His aura was like a rainbow. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up with gratification. As expected of the Emperor of Heaven, as expected of the descendant of the Fu clan, the Emperor of Heaven looked at Tang Zheng, who was one step away. He took a deep breath, and the space in front of him became a vacuum. His body rapidly expanded. Boom! He stepped on the ground and soared into the air. Like a cannonball, he crossed the last step of the celestial stairway and landed heavily in front of the celestial palace. Ha ha ha, congratulations! You have finally reached the celestial palace. You are the second person in the world to reach the celestial palace. Tang Zheng patted the Emperor of Heaven's shoulder and praised him. The Emperor of Heaven breathed heavily and calmed his surging emotions. A rare smile appeared on his face. It is not easy to finish the celestial stairway you built. Of course, life is difficult. Nothing in the world is easy. Tang Zheng nodded and pointed at the celestial stairway that stretched to the top of Sky Mountain. I built the celestial stairway to train people's minds. Every step of the celestial stairway must be resisted by the corresponding pressure. Only then can one's cultivation be stable. Only by reaching the celestial palace can one have real hope of becoming a god. As for the celestial stairway, it is to lay a solid foundation for becoming a god. The Emperor of Heaven nodded thoughtfully. I have already ascended to the heavenly palace, but my cultivation is still at the saint plane. Should I continue to comprehend the great path in the heavenly palace and cultivate to become a god? That's right. This heavenly palace contains the power of faith that I gathered from all over the world. It's much stronger than the power of faith in other places. You can use it and integrate it into yourself. You can break through the final limit and cross the final gap. Then you can cultivate to become a god. Tang Zheng said, seriously. The Emperor of Heaven's eyebrows twitched as he said, "You have created a grand event. From now on, the human world will no longer be the same as before." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "In the past, the human world was like a hunting ground. Humans were the prey that were reared in captivity. The Protoss were high above and were our masters. From now on, humans are their own masters. This is how it should be." The Emperor of Heaven blinked his eyes excitedly and put away his complicated feelings. Compared to Tang Zheng, his understanding of the world and his understanding of the past emperors of heaven were too low. Everyone in the world was inferior to Tang Zheng. He was very pleased that his daughter had found such a home. Then he could wholeheartedly cultivate and break through the final limit. Suddenly, a burst of noise came from the stairway to heaven. Tang Zheng's spirit moved, and his expression changed slightly. Like a gust of wind, he disappeared from the heavenly palace. The Emperor of Heaven was shocked and hurriedly looked back. He saw that the stairway to heaven was slightly chaotic. Many people were gathered together, and Feng Shirshir was in the middle. Her face was pained. She held her stomach with both hands and kept gasping for breath. Feng Shirshir was about to give birth. The Emperor of Heaven was shocked. He didn't care about entering the heavenly palace. He saw that Tang Zheng had already rushed to Feng Shirshir's side. Without any explanation, he picked her up and strode toward the heavenly palace. Feng Shirshir's cultivation was not enough. When she climbed the rest of the stairway to heaven, the pressure of the sky poured down on her, blocking her progress. Tang Zheng's heart moved, and just as he was about to block the pressure, a boundless energy suddenly burst out from Feng Shirshir's abdomen, firmly blocking the pressure that filled the sky, firmly protecting Feng Shirshir. Tang Zheng was very surprised. He looked down at her abdomen. The majestic energy came from the bulging lower abdomen. "Child, is that you?" Tang Zheng was surprised and happy. He never thought that a baby in the womb would have such energy. Moreover, it was his child. Feng Shirshir frowned. She also noticed this. She lowered her eyes and looked at her stomach. Her stomach was beating slightly. That was the baby's fetal movement. The celestial emperor stood in front of the celestial palace and also saw this scene. His heart was filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "A little baby in the mother's womb already has such divine power. Then what kind of magic will it be after it is born? When it grows up, what kind of achievements will it achieve?" He didn't dare to imagine. Tang Zheng has already become a god, and this child is the son of God. He sensed something and suddenly raised his leg. Unknowingly, a 5-colored auspicious cloud had appeared above the celestial palace. It was unknown when it had gathered. The birth of the Son of God is a natural phenomenon. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream resounded through the sky, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Feng Shirshir was already having contractions. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. This scream made everyone's hearts clench. "Shirshir, hold on." Yi Ding-dang rushed forward. However, she stumbled and fell on the stairway, unable to move forward. The other girls also tried to catch up, but they all failed. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were burning with anxiety, but they couldn't catch up or help. Tang Zheng didn't even look back. He said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. I'm here. I'll ensure the safety of the mother and child." Not only was Tang Zheng's medical skills superb, but he also had divine power. He wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he chose a place to give birth. The heavenly palace was the most suitable. He also didn't expect that the heavenly palace, which was a holy land for human cultivation, would become a delivery room first. The pressure on the stairway was completely blocked by the baby in the womb. The two of them ascended the heavenly palace. The Emperor of Heaven hurriedly greeted them. "What do you need me to do?" Tang Zheng shook his head. "I'll only delay you for a while. Guard outside the heavenly palace. Shirshir will go inside to give birth first. Okay, with me here, no one will be able to barge in and disturb you." Rumble. The gates of the heavenly palace slowly opened. After Tang Zheng and Feng Shirshir entered, they quickly closed again, cutting off the Emperor of Heaven's line of sight. The Emperor of Heaven was envious. He looked at the multicolored clouds gathering at the top of the heavenly palace. Time passed minute by minute. The heavenly palace and the stairway were completely silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the heavenly palace and the multicolored clouds. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the multicolored clouds. A golden bolt of lightning flew out from the clouds and disappeared into the heavenly palace. Immediately after, multicolored light descended from the sky and bathed the heavenly palace. The multicolored light also disappeared into the heavenly palace. All kinds of strange phenomena came one after another. It was like a wonderful show they had never seen or heard of before. It was an eye-opener for everyone. The girls were especially envious. They all knew that the divine son born here was extraordinary. Wow! Chapter 1846. This cry reverberated through the mountains, across the ocean, and spread to the north and south of the Yangtze River. Countless people raised their heads and pricked up their ears. They looked at the heavenly palace and the stairway to heaven above the 9 heavens while quietly listening to the cry. The cry came from the heavenly palace. Countless people noticed this, and their expressions became complicated. Although they didn't know what happened, they could vaguely guess that a baby was born in the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was a miracle. This was unheard of and shocked everyone's heart. Whose child was this? Whose child could enjoy such an honor? Whose child could be so miraculous? The 5 colored clouds above the 9 heavens explained everything. This child was definitely not an ordinary person, or rather, he was not an ordinary person. Tang Zheng. This name appeared in everyone's mind. These people had never seen Tang Zheng before, but his figure appeared in their minds. Only Tang Zheng could build the heavenly palace, and only his child could do this. Tang Zheng was the savior of the world. Originally, there were people who were jealous of this child, but at this moment, there was only heartfelt blessings. Many people raised their hands and silently prayed. On the stairway to heaven, everyone heard the cry. The people who were originally discussing and worried immediately fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions gradually changed. Then, they were filled with joy. She gave birth. Shir gave birth. Yi Dingdang was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high and almost fell off the stairway to heaven. He couldn't stop cheering. The others also cheered. That's great. She finally gave birth. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu looked at each other and revealed gratified expressions. They muttered to themselves, "Our son has a descendant. We're going to be grandparents." The two held each other's hands and were filled with emotion. Is it a boy or a girl? Yi Dingdang tilted his head and guessed in distress. I hope it's a girl. Then she can play with me. Nana said in a childish voice. What if it's a boy? Yi Dingdang sang the opposite tune. Nanan pursed her lips unhappily. Mu Hongyan stroked her daughter's hair and said patiently, Nana, a boy can play with you too. When you grow up, he can even protect you. Nana snorted and waved her pink fists, saying, I'm so powerful, I don't need his protection. Besides, he's younger than me, so it's more appropriate for me to protect him. Nana has grown up and knows how to protect others. You have to protect your mother in the future, Mu Hongyan said with a smile. Of course. Nana nodded seriously. Everyone laughed and laughed, but they couldn't help but look at the heavenly palace. The Emperor of Heaven stood in front of the heavenly palace. He wanted to go in and take a look, but in the end, he couldn't stop himself. He asked loudly, Tang Zheng, is there anything I can help you with? No need. Tang Zheng's voice sounded, full of joy. The voices of the two entered everyone's ears, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They could only look forward, unable to take their eyes off the heavenly palace. In the heavenly palace, Tang Zheng held a baby in his hands. It was surprisingly cute. Tang Zheng raised his head to take a look and couldn't help but recall the scene when the child was born. Not only did the multicolored, auspicious clouds descend from the 9 heavens, even the power of faith spiraling in the heavenly palace poured down like a tide, pouring into the baby's body. It had to be said that Tang Zheng was also shocked by this scene. He knew very well what it meant for a baby to have such a vision as soon as it was born. Previously, when the baby was still in Fang Shishi's stomach, it was able to withstand the pressure of the stairway to heaven. This was enough to show how extraordinary the baby was. Now that he saw this scene, Tang Zheng deeply realized that the miracle of the baby was probably beyond his expectations. The baby slowly opened its eyes, and a bright light flashed in its big clear eyes. It actually gave Tang Zheng a brilliant smile. Looking at the baby's smile, Tang Zheng's heart seemed to melt. Shishi, look at our child's smile. Tang Zheng held the baby in front of Fang Shishi. Although Fang Shishi was very tired, her face was full of motherly radiance. Is it a boy or a girl? Fang Shishi reached out and held the baby in her arms and asked. A boy. Tang Zheng replied. Fang Shishi lowered her head and looked at the baby in swaddling clothes and said softly, Our son. Tang Zheng hugged Fang Shishi's shoulder and kissed her forehead, saying, Shishi, it's been hard on you. Fang Shishi leaned in his arms and said, Seeing our son, all of this hard work was worth it. What do you think our son looks like? Tang Zheng asked. Fang Shishi carefully looked at it for a while and said, His mouth and nose are like yours. Tang Zheng smiled and said, His eyes are like yours. They're big and beautiful, and they even have double eyelids. Huh? After a slight pause, Tang Zheng said, This kid combines the strengths of both of us. He's even more handsome than his father. Isn't this how it should be? Fang Shishi said coquettishly. Tang Zheng chuckled and said, Of course, the pupil surpasses the master. At least from the moment he was born, it shows that he's stronger than his father. Fang Shishi's mouth curved into a smile. She was also shocked by the phenomenon just now and asked nervously, Is there a problem with our son? No problem. Our son is very good. Fang Shishi was relieved. Looking at the much thinner power of faith in the celestial palace, she asked, Our son has attracted so much power of faith, and he's so young. Is there really no problem? Tang Zheng shook his head firmly and said, Our son has completely integrated and digested the power of faith. He's my son, so he's the Son of God. He really lives up to the name of the Son of God. He was born with a cultivation of the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm. What? Fang Shishi herself had not reached the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm, but her son had this cultivation as soon as he was born. It was better than countless people who cultivated for a lifetime. Fang Shishi stared at her son in a daze, half believing and half doubting, but hearing Tang Zheng say these words, she had no choice but to believe him. She muttered to herself, Our son is so powerful. Ha ha ha, no matter how powerful he is, he's still our son. Tang Zheng laughed heartily. He stretched out his finger and teased his son's little hand. His son giggled. However, the next second, his son's mouth flattened and he began to cry again. His little finger pushed Tang Zheng's hand as if he wanted to push him away. Bang! Tang Zheng's body shook a few times. His expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, He's really my son? What's wrong? Fang Shishi asked. Shishi, you have to keep an eye on him in the future. His starting point is too high, and his cultivation is too strong. His every move seems to be instinctive, but it has great power. If you don't pay attention, he will hurt others. Tang Zheng said earnestly. Fang Shishi understood immediately. She looked at her son, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, Then what should we do? I will find a way to temporarily seal his power. Otherwise, the people around him will be in danger. Tang Zheng said with a smile. That's good. Fang Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go out. The others have been waiting for a long time. They must be worried about you and your son. Tang Zheng supported Fang Shishi. Fang Shishi carried her son and walked out. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.